Good evening and welcome to the July 2nd meeting of the Historic District Commission. We are short a couple people tonight. Well, this is our first meeting without John Wyckoff in 20 years. And hopefully Dr. Dan Brown will be coming soon, but I will introduce everyone else. On my far right is Larry Booz, our alternate.
Hi, good evening.
Martin Ryan.
Good evening.
And Vice Chair Margot Doring.
Hello.
I'm Reagan Rudig, the chair. We have Isaac Gilbo from the Planning Department.
Good evening.
Our City Council rep, Rich Blaylock.
Good evening.
And David Adams.
Good evening.
So the board's action in these matters has been deemed to be quasi-judicial in nature. If any person believes any member of the board has a conflict of interest, that issue should be raised at this point or it will be deemed waived. We have a really full agenda tonight. We're going to try and get through it as quickly as possible, but before we start, we do have a few requests to postpone. The first one is public hearing, old business A, the petition of Paul R. Delisle Revocable Trust and Rosa Z. Delisle Revocable Trust, owners for property located at 408 The Hill. The next one is public hearings, new business number 5 is the petition of Brian O'Neill, owner for property located at 6 Dearborn Street. And finally, work session C, requested by Greg and Laura Ludes, owners for property located at 124 State Street. So for 408 The Hill, this has been postponed a bunch of times, so I'm wondering if we do not postpone that one and let them come back to us again when they're ready.
I would make a motion to postpone item number 5 under public hearings, new business, the O'Neills, and I'll find it here a second. There it is. C, the Ludis property on 124 State Street.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Thank you.
And then will you need a motion to deny the postponement of the Delisle Revocable Trust at 408 The Hill?
Second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes aye. Thank you. All right, we'll get started. Because I'm just going to welcome to Dan Brown, who is one of our members, and Larry, you will be voting. You'll be a full voting member tonight.
Okay, thank you.
First, we have our approval of minutes from last month, June 4. Does anybody have any comments or edits on that? All right, can I get a motion?
So moved. Second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Any opposed? All right, I don't think so. All right, so we do have a lot of administrative approvals. Does anyone need to recuse themselves from any of these?
I'm going to recuse myself from Chapel Street.
Okay. Now, I'm going to need to recuse myself from Mount Vernon Street. And I do believe we want to pull out number 10 and 11 for separate discussion at the end. So I don't know, how would you like to do this, Isaac?
Why don't I just go through maybe the 101 Chapel 64 Mount Vernon, and then that way we can vote, have everybody come back in, go through the remainder, and then we can go through the number 10 and 11 towards the end.
Great.
Okay. So we will skip to item number 2, which is 101 Chapel Street. This project was before us last month. They did get approval for solar panels on the Bow Street side of of the building. The commission did ask that the applicants come back and just show us an updated plan for the solar panel arrangement. So what they've done is they've provided 2 different layout options. Both are the full rectangular option that we had stipulated. One of the options has 54 panels as noted on the top, and the second option has 42 panels. The difference is that with 54 panels, they will cross beyond the chimney, whereas with 42, they'll end right before that. As mentioned, both are in the rectangular stipulation that we had requested. I will say that the applicants would prefer the 54 panel option.
And Isaac, these are the exact same materials that was used on the other side of the building.
That is correct. Same installation process as well. So it will look identical to the other half.
Madam Chair, I'd like to suggest that the commission view strongly the 64-panel option because it, in my mind, solves the problem of it looking broken up. It provides the largest, simplest, homogeneous piece on the roof. And I think I had been concerned earlier that the chimney was going to somehow get involved and get inflicted into this. I've spent some time looking at it from the Bow Street, and I think that the larger panel solves the problem that I see, which is the irregularity of the installation.
I agree.
Anyone else? Yes.
I would agree with Mr. Adams also. I think it's, even when you look at the aerial view, it's completely symmetrical. And not that anybody's going to be hovering overhead, but the fact is it does give a continuous appearance where if you look at that lower photo, you're going to have the black and you're going to have, the color of the shingles. And I think it's more homogeneous with the full installation.
Sure. Okay. Any other comments? All right, let's go ahead and vote on it.
I guess I'll make a motion to approve as, with the 54 panel configuration.
Second?
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
I'm going to abstain since I voted against it initially.
I'm going to abstain too.
Okay, so can we do that?
Did we have any against? Sorry.
Any opposed? No.
Nope, that passes.
Okay.
Yep, we're good.
Fine.
Yep. Okay.
Great, I'm gonna set myself back
Push back.
for,
Okay, 64 Mount Vernon.
So item number 3 is 64 Mount Vernon Street. This project was before us about maybe half a year ago, a little bit more. The applicant had proposed to construct a new shed and storage option on their property. Initially, it was approved with a faux slate roof. After kind of some trial and error and going back and forth, the applicant has decided that they would actually rather mimic the asphalt shingle roof that's on their existing home. It's the same type of roofing that is on their street and in their neighborhood. They don't have any examples of faux or slate roofs that are in the real immediate area. And so they felt that it being a secondary structure, that it shouldn't be, more, say, proud than the main structure. And again, that those would match the shingles that are on the house, so.
Any thoughts? Comments? Okay, a motion?
Motion to approve as presented.
Second?
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so now we will get everyone back together and we'll start back at the top with item number 1, which is 238 Marcy Street. This project was before us last month for several renovations to the exterior of the property. Part of it was to remove a couple of overhead door entry embellishments, and the commission had asked that they come back with more detail on that. They also needed to change the previously approved rear door to a slightly different style. So here we've got some historical context just on the home for background. This is the existing pediment that's there with the metal cladding, obviously in very bad condition. And so they do have 2 different options. They have number 1 is, and this is a preferred option, this is a peaked capped pediment. It has all of the sizing that they would use here. And then the second option, this is an alternative, would be a cross header option, a little more simple in design. And then the option 3 would just be a restoration of what the existing conditions are now. And then lastly, they did want to change the rear Therma True patio door from a 6-light design to a 1-light or a 15. And all the same specs as the previously approved store, just different light.
Okay.
And those would be the further changes. Does anyone have a particular option 1, 2, or 3 that they would prefer to see? I guess that's what the applicant is sort of maybe hoping to get some guidance on.
I think the obvious is restore what's there.
Yeah, option one.
I mean,
I agree.
Okay.
It's just the, as they call it, the mustache.
The mustache.
Do we think that this was originally there? It looks like it's installed over clapboards. Can
the
you make any sense of
1955
this?
photo is
How's that?
And
closest what we have.
Well, I'm just looking at the close-up where they've removed some of the siding.
Here, I do have one other photo that was given to me today that might
Zoom in on that.
might help a little bit more. So that is sort of once they started stripping the siding, and that's what they kind of found underneath. So,
Zoom in even more.
oh yeah, of course.
I think the photo that's in our packet looks the way it does because the plastic siding material was put around it, and it looks like it's underneath, but it's, I'm pretty certain, attached solidly to the building. I think, honestly, this is the best thing that's ever been there for this kind of use. This, I don't believe, was built as a house, which therefore means applying regular historic house rules to it, I think is a wrong avenue to go. I think this has the spirit of the building retained.
Any other comments?
Yeah, I would just say it's the best of the 3.
Okay. Okay.
Not during this, sorry.
Let's see. Okay, so moving on to item number 4, which is 46 Mark Street. The applicant here is seeking approval to relocate 2 windows and replace 1 existing basement window with an egress window. So the 2 existing windows to be replaced would be the top 3rd floor windows here, and they would be moved apart. Essentially, this is due to, in fact, that they are renovating the 3rd floor space, creating a bedroom up there. So in order to fit furniture and that sort of thing, it'd be best to move those windows. Second, the basement window on the front elevation on the left-hand side, they are hoping to enlarge that into a casement egress type window. And they are proposing to use the Anderson 400 series.
Isaac, did they cite furniture placement for the reason the upper windows are a little bit off-center from the ones below?
That did not necessarily come into the conversation. I do know that they moved them to have a headboard in that space. So it might be due to sizing of the bed that to accommodate that. I'm not entirely sure what the reasoning for the slight offset would be, but all I know is furniture placement was the reason for it. Any other questions?
My only question was, is the Anderson 400 what is existing, and that's why they're using it too?
Yes,
Okay.
and the 2 windows up at those are going to be
The egress.
reused. So
Oh, okay.
yeah,
Fine.
yep. Okay. So I will move on to item number 5, which is 53 Green Street. So this is a larger project that has been before the commission a couple of times for both public hearing and I think maybe a couple of admin approvals throughout the way. They do have a few items that have changed or need to be changed. There are quite a few. I'm not sure if everybody wants me to read each and every one of them, or if there's particular questions, we can maybe go from there. And let me see if I do have an applicant. It doesn't look like it, but at any rate, if we do have questions on some of these several changes, please let me know and I'll try my best to answer those.
Yeah. I don't-
Oh,
they are.
okay, perfect. All right, great. Thank you.
All right, good. So if anybody has any questions, I don't know that we want to necessarily go through each change one by one, but it might be easier to look at the drawings.
Yep.
Since are there any questions that anyone has noted or pointed out?
No, it seemed like a lot of alignment
Yeah.
issues. We didn't have anything.
Give everyone another few seconds, take a look. If anything jumps out.
Anything?
They seem minor in
Yep.
comparison.
Okay. All right. Well, if nothing sort of seems to be jumping out too much, then I will waste no time. I'll move right along. That will bring us to item number 6, which is 235 Marcy Street. Again, this project was before us a few months back for a rear addition and sort of exterior renovation. At the time, in the original plan set, it was noted that they were potentially going to use cedar siding. The applicant has requested, there's a couple of options that they've requested, either the Certainteed cedar impressions or the Certainteed monogram. I do actually have a sample of both of those if people would like to see them, touch them, all of that. This blue one here is the monogram. That is a 4-inch reveal. Let's see. Yep, it would be a 4-inch reveal and then 5.5-inch corner posts. Does anybody want? And it's a little bit large, but it is lightweight. So this one is the Cedar Impressions. This would be a 5-inch reveal with 3.5-inch corner posts. If you guys want to just take a quick poke and then click your see there, and then we can swap them. The applicant is really just wanting, at least what they have reflected to me, is to potentially have a siding option that is less maintenance overall. That was sort of the biggest thing, is that it'd be easier to maintain.
Well, I'll say it. I can't support vinyl siding in the historic district
Right on Marcy Street.
No?
Anybody want to see it?
Nope.
unless you do. I will follow your lead, and I don't think you will.
Are they using both shakes and siding?
I think, are they going either or?
It was going to be if the commission would allow either or. They happen to like both options. They're not tied down to one or
It's
the
not
other.
half part. and half-
No, oh, no. It wouldn't be
changed that
both
part.
in different places. It would be
All right.
one or the other. Yes.
There were shakes before, right? Real shakes.
So,
Yeah, I think in general, we don't, we
Yep.
can't approve PVC or vinyl siding in the district, so. We'll have to ask them to please stick with the
yep.
cedar.
Okay. Just 1 second.
Do we need to make a formal motion and
Pull it out.
Well, we could do that. We could pull it out just to make that motion and separate it from the list. Or as I'm going through, I can always list that one was not approved, and then the motion can reflect that at the end.
Okay. whatever you-
We could go either way.
Yeah. Very-
I was going to throw something out. It could maybe be a problem solver for the owner as well as maybe a stipulation. Yeah, no to the vinyl and the man-made product. But having done some clapboard replacement on our house recently, like a board here, a board there, cedar has gone through the roof in price. So to redo a whole house in cedar is extremely expensive. But on-primed, non-finger jointed pine, still very reasonable in price. And if somebody just primes it with a deck stain or something like that, it's going to last just as long as cedar. So maybe would it be agreeable to give them a stipulation to, instead of cedar, to use pine as an option? That would be a
I
huge
think
cost.
it's a great suggestion. I don't think we even need to stipulate it, except just to say it needs to be a wood.
A wood product.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yep.
Sounds good. Okay.
Yep. Okay. Okay, so that will bring us to item number 7, and that is 198 Islington Street. The applicants here have a current non-functioning chimney. It has been removed from the roof down to allow for more interior living space. Since that has happened, they have been experiencing water infiltration issues, especially in the last couple of months where we've seen quite a bit of rain. So the applicants are seeking to simply remove the chimney that we can see here. You can see that from Islington Street. Not very, very tall, but it is visible from the public way.
It seems like it's just a faux chimney sitting on top there. So.
This sort of begs a larger question of the faux chimney option that people have chosen. But on a chilly November day in 2009, Sandy Dyka chaired this very commission that swapped them for an actual chimney in their building to a faux chimney sticking out of the roof, and they accepted that. And now they want to go back on that. And I'll grant you that chimney isn't the most important thing on the structure, and there's no question of that. And it's not my desire to have faux chimneys in the community. And this honestly is one of the reasons that I find it difficult to allow them, which we have, is that we've crossed, there's a Rubicon of reality that's crossed. And now we're faced with, well, it's not really real and it's in our way, so we like it removed. And I don't think, I think that a previous commission 20 years ago, nearly, thought that it was a good idea to do this, or thought it was a reasonable deal to make with these people. And I also don't believe for a moment that it's not possible to build a watertight, waterproof faux chimney. I mean, I know that it's not. So it's just inconvenient. And this maybe sounds shallow, but I don't think much of coming here and wasting my time just on the basis of the convenience of people. I think we're trying to do something here in preserving our community, and this doesn't add to that at all.
I would tend to agree with Mr. Adams, and I got to think that there are so many other means of making this waterproof that haven't been explored. Yeah, I'm not in favor of removing the chimney.
I think it begs the greater question too of if and how we allow more faux chimneys to be constructed, because even from the beginning, several times we question, okay, well, you can have a faux chimney, but how long are these things going to really last? And so I just think now we're finally seeing them come back to say, yeah, it's not lasting. So it either needs to be taken down or rebuilt or something like that. In this particular case, there's not a lot of integrity left in this house. Like you said, the chimney is not the most important piece. There's really not a lot left of it. I was kind of horrified by the project in general when it happened. It was before I was on the commission. So I'm not going to dig in on this particular one, but I do think that it makes the point moving forward that we need to really consider chimney removals, faux chimneys, all of it. So nobody wants water coming into their roof, but
Yeah.
yes.
No, I'll just state I'm conflicted a little bit because I don't want to set the precedent of allowing for the faux chimney and then allowing for the removal of it, and just knowing that there's these two steps you have to take to get rid of your chimney. But as the commissioner said, there's not much left. I'm very sensitive that water is coming into their home, and I don't want to stand in the way of that. But yeah, it's hard to recognize the old building, that was originally there with what's there now. But so I'm not going to get in the way either.
Well, and especially since the faux chimney was constructed in a location where the original chimney wasn't. Doesn't make a whole lot of sense.
What's funny is this building actually is a little two-story federal house that was built there, and its chimneys were torn down completely when the Victorian addition was put on from the back of over 100 years ago. And the chimneys that were there then, the fireplace chimneys, were torn out because of their waste of space in the age of coal. And a new chimney was built to provide heat and facility for the much larger building, and then that's the chimney that we found in the way.
Taken out.
Interesting.
Well, do we want to pull this one and vote on it separately? Are we okay? All right.
Yep.
So, let's just, can I get a motion to, does anyone have any stipulations, or should we just vote up or down on this? I think there's nothing really much more to do. Either we ask them to keep it, or we let them take it down. So can I get a motion one way or the other to approve this administrative approval?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second? Nobody's going to second?
I'll second for voting.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Opposed?
All right, well, chair votes aye, so I guess it fails.
Okay. Okay. We will move on to, so back to our list here. Item number 8 is 96 State Street. This application is fairly straightforward. The current windows that are on the property have been replaced. They are asking for replacement windows that would be same brand, same style. I just get a little nervous sometimes when they want to replace all of the windows. But they were replacement windows in the last near future. So essentially it's a replacement in kind.
It tells you just how much longevity these replacement windows have.
Yep. Much. All right, any questions, comments?
Okay. Moving on to item number 9, which is 279 Marcy Street, unit number 3. This is a fairly straightforward ask anyway. Last month we approved some window replacements at this particular unit in the building. When the homeowner was purchasing the windows, they had realized that the units on the first floor and the third floor do have full screens. We had stipulated half screens. They are asking to allow a full screen so that the building is not sort of half and half. I know that's not something that we typically would allow, so I did want to have them come back and ask for that approval.
Any thoughts? continue on.
So that will bring us then to item number 12, which is 245 Marcy Street. This project has come before the commission a few times in the last year for some different renovation work. The applicant tonight is seeking approval for the replacement of siding and trim on the home. I have already just asked that the applicant and the contractor just make note of any coursing on the exposure of the siding and to just make sure that that gets replicated with the new siding. They also, not mentioned, but they would like to use a cedar siding for this project. And I believe it was noted by Commissioner Adams that this siding has been replaced in the past, and it was replaced with great care to detail of the original siding. So we just, of course, would ask that happens again. Okay. All right, so I'm going to just quickly run through all of the admins that we had as a group. We can vote on those, and then we just have 2 more to get through before we can start public hearings. So item number 1, 238 Marcy Street. It was stipulated, or it was preferred that option number 3 is utilized, which is to restore the mustache option.
We didn't specify the question about the lights in the back door, which I think means that they can choose whichever one they want.
I would say that's a fair assumption, if everyone's okay. And then, let's see, that brings us down to 46 Mark Street. I did not have any stipulations. 53 Green Street, I did not have any stipulations. Let's see. 235 Marcy Street we pulled it up, but was denied. The vinyl siding was denied. They have the option to move forward with cedar or the pine wood option, as mentioned. Item number 7, 198 Islington Street, that was pulled out and that was denied. So item 8, 96 State Street, no stipulations. Let's see, item 9, 279 Marcy Street, unit number 3, didn't have any stipulations. And for 12, 245 Marcy Street, I didn't necessarily have a stipulation, but we could just stipulate that, the actual exposure of the existing siding just gets submitted with the building permit.
Okay, great. All in favor? Or, I'm sorry, I need a motion to approve all this.
So we approve these administrative approvals with the stipulations.
Second.
All right, now, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes aye. Okay, great. So now we're going to move to
139.
So we
10
have-
and 11, which we wanted to pull out because they probably should have been full public hearings, excuse me.
Okay, so let's start with item number 10, 139 South Street. And I do believe that the applicant is here, who might be able to run through what you're proposing for that particular project.
Hi, good evening. Jennifer Ramsey on behalf of the builder, OJ Building Company. For South Street, this is a lot like the Price application that we found an older home. It needs some improvements. We're not looking to change the look of it. We're just trying to go through strategically and catalog what we're going to be changing. And so that's not to say we won't be back with other things as well. But in this first pass, so the homeowner can move in, what we found is the front building, the narrow hipped roof structure, is the original structure. It's close to 300 years old. So all the windows in that, the owner would like to just restore. They're going to take them off site, restore them, reinstall them. That's 18. And then the back of this house has had a couple additions over time, which have a variety of window types, styles, storms, screens. So those we're going to replace entirely in a Marvin Ultimate style window. I think it's indicative of the fact that there's a mix. There's an octagonal window, there's a narrow casement window, there's quite a collection of things. So in terms of windows, that's the approach we're going to tackle. There is a sliding door on the back of the house. We're going to replace that with a French door so it operates a little bit more, it's better functioning. Let's see, I'm just gonna go through the list here. The back slider. So on the back of the house, which if you move to the application, there's a photograph on page 3, and there's like a red circle kind of indicating that top photograph there. There's a red circle off to the side because behind that hedge, if you were to walk up to it, is the next picture. That door was probably used at one point. It doesn't open. It doesn't go anywhere. The kitchen is behind that door. Cabinetry is in front of it. There's no indication of the door from the interior. So they're looking to remove the door, the pediment, the light, and just replace the siding in kind because that causes, they've learned from the previous owners, causes some confusion for guests arriving that don't go to the front door, which is up on the porch, which is also kind of a unnerving approach to a home. So the idea is to get rid of that. And then they'll just have steps up to the gate and they'll go into the backyard. In the back, which you start to see here, so here's an example of some of the different additions that's happened over time. There is that kind of 1.5-story addition with a tiny window, and then there's this 1-story structure, which, and then if you go to the next sheet, you kind of start to round the corner and see more of that, the side of that. It's 3 different pitches on that low-sloped roof. And in this, the first photograph there, I'm not taking that. The project manager is, Chris, and he's probably 6'4", 6'5", and he's standing uphill to even see that angle of the roof. So it's really hard to see. If you get to the very back of the yard where you'd have neighbors, they can't see it. You have to be tall and be in a very unusual spot to see the roof. But because of the pitch and the variety of conditions happening there, we want to replace that in rubber so it doesn't fail. And then we'd be replacing the trim as you see it in kind. So that is a bit of an anomaly area that we just want to handle with a better material. The main roof we're replacing in kind. There's a skylight on the main roof we're removing. We'll probably have to reflash the chimney, but that's going to stay. Also in this inside corner here, which as the series of photos go from left to right, we're standing looking at the inside corner, and then if you walk toward it and turn toward the street, you're looking down the wall of the main building, and there's a lot of utilities. So in that corner, we want to locate the new heat pump. So again, this would be very hard to see unless you're in the yard. It would be adjacent to a lot of the other utilities on this side of the house. We'd run the line up alongside the gutter. It would follow the corner board, be painted to match. And then the following pictures, if you walked down the slope, standing on the sidewalk, you'd be looking back up, and that's where it would be, but it would be quite a ways back in terms of its visibility. I think in this picture, I've actually walked beyond the sidewalk. I'm in the yard, so you could come back another, 20, 30 feet. But here what we're saying is the heat pump itself is 55 feet back from the lot line, which is not the sidewalk even still. And I mean, those are the big moves for this application. I know we're going to come back because they're making some choices on lights. They haven't decided those yet. All of these decisions had to go before their HOA. This is kind of a unique neighborhood. It's an association, this little circle, which is indicative from the locus map on the front. So their board has seen it and approved all the changes. And now, and the letter was included in the application.
So two questions.
Yeah.
The heat pump is in back of where the utilities are. If you're looking at the street, it's further
Beyond
back.
the existing
Okay.
utilities, yes.
And the charger for the electric vehicle?
Oh, yes, sorry, yeah.
I can see where the electrics is already coming up into the hedge. Is
Yeah,
that right?
That's correct, yeah. That work was previously permitted.
Okay, thank you.
And if you wanted us to paint, I mean, it's in the hedge. That's a hedge that stays green. We could paint it, we could leave it. It's up to you. Yes?
How old is the octagonal window?
That was probably put in the 80s. It's in a bathroom. It was probably added because there was no window in that bathroom before. This
don't
house
wanna-
has definitely
you don't
gone
wanna keep
through
it?
a lot of work in the interior.
You don't want to keep it?
No, well, no, but we would, if you would like it, any of you, we will put it on the curb. No, they'll be getting rid of that. They're gonna replace that with a window that opens for the bathroom, so it'll be the same size but square. Yes.
There is, shown on page 3 at the back of the low shed.
Yeah.
There's a box there of some description.
That's an existing condenser that they've kind of just wrapped with, obviously, a lattice box.
And it can breathe inside of that?
It's functioning fine for now. Our new heat pump is going to be sized to service the house in greater capacity later, so there's probably a chance that this could go away. But it is working, it functions in there. I
Are you going to similarly screen your new unit?
hadn't intended to.
Intentions can change.
What I would prefer to do, if that was a concern, is put up a fence that goes from the house that kind of blocks, like in that little back alleyway, blocks the view of things up there, if that would be preferred.
That might be preferred considering the tentative nature of the thing that's there now.
I'll make a note of that.
Next question. When you rationalize
Yeah.
the roofing material on the back section in question, are you going to retain the gutter that's there?
We're going to replace the gutter with copper.
And it appears to me that there are roof edges of two different elevations. Are you going to try to unify those in the process?
We weren't planning to. We've looked at it. It would be a little bit challenging without this roof becoming taller, more visible. We believe we can handle the river, and then there's some what looks like cheek walls of siding, and just replace those as they are. It's a very limited area of the roof. And I think if the roof got higher, the windows that are in there would be compromised in terms of the flashing dimension from sill to where the new roof would land. So we're working to work with it.
So in the process of doing that, you're going to maintain some sort of, some kind of integrity of the roof edge trim and guttering?
Yes, yep.
Next question. I'm assuming that the new doors that you're proposing, you're going to have some sort of trim on them that is a little bit different than the thing on an aluminum
Yes, it'll
sliding
probably
door?
be more in keeping with the trim around the windows that you see throughout that building, right? It won't be a,
You know, you sound just like you've done this before. And lastly, and this is a kind of a off this chart here, but
yeah.
I'm kind of concerned about losing the back door
The faux door.
off the L.
Yep.
Because it's just such a logical place for a back door off that, when that L was the only thing coming off the back of this building.
I don't disagree.
And wondered if we couldn't save everybody a bunch of time by just making a faux door and sealing it in and just having it retained on the outside, on the off chance that someone someday in the future wants to run a staircase down the side of that L and out the back door like that.
Are you
once
proposing
was.
just leaving it exactly as it is?
And
I mean,
just-
from the outside, you believe it's a door. Everything is right there. It just obviously has been locked from the interior and then faced over on the interior of sheetrock, backsplash.
What do you think? That's not silly, is it?
Oh, well, it's not. It's not silly. It's not silly. I will say, inside that space, that exact room. So what you see on the outside is not indicative of the floor plates on the inside. They have moved the floor plates notably where that is the kitchen, but the ceiling height is like, it might be 6'8". So they've done a lot of weird things where I don't even think that threshold would access into the floor on the interior if we were to assume someone might change that.
From the exterior, it sure looks like it would.
It does look like it would. If you would like to leave that, I'll discuss that with clients. As I said, we're coming back. Maybe we can put up a nice plaque that says, move along to the French door, the yard. Move into the yard.
I'd like to make a play for the door.
Okay, all right, that's fair.
Would you entertain, I mean, certainly you could take off the storm door and
Yeah.
make it look a little less functional.
Sure.
What about even, we do this with windows sometimes, where you leave the trim, but put clapboards in it.
Truthfully, I'm not interested in the door itself because it doesn't really relate to this. But the frame, the jambs, the casings, and the pediment all tell a story of back door. I agree.
So
Do you think just
could
the
just-
outline of it, the pediment, the light, and keep
you don't need the light. No.
Okay, and
Just-
clapboard. I know the look you're talking about. It's
Yeah,
almost like a
so
shadow box.
Leave the
for
trim,
a
take the
brick.
door out, but just replace the door with clapboard
Okay.
so that it's
Okay.
clear that it's not an entry.
Right.
But it still tells the language, tells the history of the house.
Idea.
All right. So this is a lot, I think everybody's pretty in favor of all these changes. I think they're well thought out. It's just a lot, so it probably should have been a full-on public
Sure.
hearing. But I think there are just a few stipulations in there that we can get behind and get this moving. So any other questions or comments on this one? Okay. Do I let's go ahead and just vote on this one. So if you'll
Public?
read out.
Oh,
This
no,
is a-
I got it.
This is still an admin approval.
Got it.
So this was item number 10, 139 South Street. And I think the biggest stipulation I took away was that in replacing the rear door, or excuse me, to not replace the rear door, but to instead keep the trim, keep the pediment. You can take away the light, but then to infill with siding. And if there was one that I missed or
And
that I-
screening,
Yeah.
and
a fence-type
fence.
screening.
Sure, on
And-
the
yeah,
side, that narrow, yeah,
exactly.
the right side,
Yep,
yep,
yep.
absolutely. We'll just match the existing fence that wraps the backyard, if that's okay.
Perfect.
All right.
Anything else?
On a lighter note, Amazon is going to be really confused. Sorry, I had to say that. I think your design is wonderful, so I'm 100% for you. I just had to crack a bad joke, so.
Can I get a motion then?
Motion to approve
Seconded?
with the stipulation.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes aye. All right, so let's move on to Prey Street.
So this is an extension of the ongoing work we've been doing. As Isaac knows, we're working with the planning department on various things. We're working with Shanti, the building inspector, on some of the interior work, which we have been working on for a while. So as we get into this house, we realize what is original, what isn't original. A lot of it isn't original, and we're coming up again with like appropriate rules on how to handle it. So this one, probably the bigger thing is the chimneys. Those chimneys we determined were reconstructed at that size in 2011. They service very large hearths on the inside of the home. The homeowner would like to find some more usable space. I mean, one of the hearths you probably saw in the real estate listing, it's half the room. It's gigantic. I could stand in it. So they're still looking to keep hearths. We're going to rebuild them as Rumford masonry hearths. But we do not need the volume that's coming out of the roof. So once we had the mason assess what he needed and where they were going to travel, I had found that historic picture showing it had smaller chimneys not too long ago. So we were hoping to rebuild these chimneys. They'll be they'll be equal distance off the center of the house, and they'll be narrower. So that was kind of the big discovery / ask. In addition to that, let's see. The back door, again, was a found item. I guess I can go through if it's easier for me to go page by page so you're seeing things, that might make more sense. So the elevations, again, the change in the elevations on the front view is going to be the chimneys, well, on all 4 views. And then on the back, which is page 3, there's a very stout, solid wood door. It was certainly something that the previous owner found and retrofit. It definitely has some charm, like a Harry Potter mystery door, but it's not really appealing because it darkens the inside of the home and it gives you, there's no light directly out to what's a really lovely backyard. So they want to replace that door with a full height door, which at this point is 6'8". It's going to match the door that was previously approved on the deck off of the sun porch. There was, we had gone in and approved with you a large heat pump or condenser previously. We're able to accommodate this home with 2 smaller heat pumps, like suitcase size. So we're looking to just diminish the size and scale of the utilities in the back. There's a small window in the back that is in the kitchen. It's right up against the property line, the shrub line, the neighbor's fence, so we're looking to eliminate that. On the left-hand side of the home from the street, this was in the previous presentation we had mentioned as part of our thoughts on residing the house, because we had found areas where the siding had clearly been cut and replaced. So the homeowner thought perhaps putting it, then we found the framing, the old windows, putting the windows back in. In this case, one stacks below the window above. The second one is off-center. The infilled area was much larger. There might have been a picture window there at one time, but we're looking to put a matching double hung in the center of that room, so that's why it's located where it is. And as a result of those new windows, there's some obscure utilities on the side of the building. One's a Comcast box that might be abandoned, and there's some other things that we're going to have to work with the utility company on relocating for clearances. And we had 3 skylights approved for the back on this side. We're looking to eliminate one of them because of some cabinetry that goes to the ceiling in that cathedral space. And then this property also has 2 outbuildings, which have been there for as long as we know. The homeowner had retrofit different window types, styles, found objects. So we're looking just to replace the windows and doors this is the boathouse with LePage to match what we're putting in the main house. And then we're re-roofing this with hand-split shingles. And then the other building is the garage. We're not changing the garage door at this time. It's going to remain solid. So that elevation doesn't change. But you can see there's, I believe, 3 awning-style windows facing the yard. So not the street, but the yard. And there's a single door. We're looking to replace those in kind. The windows will be awning-style. They'll be a LePage style. The door, if you zoom in close, you can see that it was a found door. They obviously cut the bottom because the style or the decorative framing around the panels on the bottom is not the typical, say, 9 inches. It's much less. So we're going to get a door to fit that opening that has the proper styles on all 4 sides. And then they had, we had looked into, and they were planning to move forward with replicas of the existing lights that had been installed in the house in 2011. And then the homeowner found this brass decorative light that she'd like to replace and put that in all the prominent locations on the main house, which is the front door and the back door. And that's that application.
Any questions, stipulations on this?
Simple one. I think most of your changes are appropriate and welcome. The chimneys, I'm pleased, but it's going to necessitate a bunch of roofing work.
Yes, we were redoing.
What's the status of the roof?
We were, in its condition. Well, we're going to re-roof it anyway to match what's there, which is the hand split shingle. So we'll just be redoing that as we previously presented as part of the roofing. Yeah.
Head rail, walk rail, foot rail. Thank you very much.
Yeah, sure.
Any other comments, questions on it? All right. Thank you. Well then, we can, if there are no stipulations on this, so I just need a motion.
So moved?
Second?
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, chair votes aye. All right, we made it through the administrative approvals.
Thank you.
Thanks. All right, so the first item is the certificate of approval for an extension request for the petition of Mark M. Bodie, owner for property located at 121 State Street, Unit Number 2, wherein permission is requested to allow a 1-year extension of the certificate of approval originally granted on July 10th, 2024, for new construction to an existing structure, replace and enlarge existing rear deck as per plans on file in the planning department. Said property is shown on Assessor Map 107 as Lot 48-2 and lies within the Character District 4 and Historic Districts. So this is,
Motion to approve the extension.
And seconded.
Ask a question.
yes,
Did I miss number 12 on administrative
It was
approvals?
part of
that was, we did that in the first
Yeah,
batch.
before I was there.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, sorry.
You're fine. Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes aye. All right, so you get your 1-year extension. Everybody's, all work is slow these days, so it's understandable. All right, so starting with public hearing, new business. Our old business was, is not here. Is number 1, petition of Rockingham House Condominium Association owner and the library restaurant applicant for property located at 401 State Street, wherein permission is requested to allow new freestanding construction, construct wood platform and install metal pergola system and place new shed on site as per plans on file in the planning department. Said property is shown on Assessor Map 116 as Lot 3 and lies within the Character District 4, Downtown Overlay, and Historic Districts. All right, who is here to present this one? So please step up to the podium and introduce yourself.
Hello, I'm Adrian Waterman. I'm here with Paul Waterman, my husband. I'm the owner of the library restaurant.
Welcome tonight. Welcome.
And we're also here with the board of the Rockingham Association, if you have any questions for them, and the previous owner, Jane Cole, of the library restaurant too.
Wonderful. Welcome. Thank you. So just, we can go through your application, just present what you have.
Thank you. I feel a little bit inadequate after the last presentation.
you're fine.
So we are thinking of doing outdoor dining at the library. It is seasonal. We would like to extend it as long as we can through the season. Quite small, 24 seats. It is in an area that's a designated outdoor dining area in the deeds, in the bylaws, part of the association. When we purchased it, it was our understanding that it is designated as outdoor dining. It'll be open early in the evening. It'll close sooner than the restaurant will. We'll play light jazz music out there. It's what we really would like to evoke is a beautiful, elegant, filled with gardens and fountains and the sound of music and water. Something very elegant outside the library restaurant. I think we've got a bunch of things that we put in the pack, we weren't sure what, about association bylaws and the deeds and all those kind of things, and perhaps we can get to the pictures. That's the area that you can see out there. That is our designated area. We won't fill the whole area we don't want to fill the whole area with outdoor dining. It's about, I'd say, a third of that space, which hence we had some confusion around the size of the pergola that we wanted to put there. Originally, a 10 by 20 would have gone nicely down the yellow part, and then we'd said, all right, let's actually do two 12 by 16s. So we now are proposing a 16 by 24 outdoor area, which you can see all the pictures represent that. I guess that's you can see the parking lot distance, the red arrows show where the only view that the pedestrians would see is on the walkway coming from the music hall to the memorial. And they're actually 27 yards away, over 3 layers of cars. So you're not going to see very much of anything. You'll see a wall of flowers, in my opinion. And at the bottom of sorry, you can go on, Isaac. Unless you have questions, of course. So this drawing shows it slightly recessed down into the courtyard, but actually we're going to put it right to the very edge of the green belt. That's so we can leave one of the grease trap caps open. So we pushed it all forward. It didn't change any of the dimensions of the actual design itself. You can see on the front and the side, it's all flowers, fountains. That's it. There's not actually any wall. It's not attached to the building in any way. It is a pergola that's bolted onto a wooden deck. We elected to go with a wooden deck because we looked at the outdoor dining guidelines of Portsmouth and it said put a wooden deck. So we didn't necessarily want a wooden deck, and now there's a long story about a wooden deck, but really the structure should feel like I'm surrounded by flowers. If you've been there recently, you'll see we actually have planted the plants in the neighbours, P101 and 102. We planted their gardens to match with the flowers that we want to put in the library. Okay, Isaac, I guess we can go on. We can carry on. So you see the grease trap structure there that poor Jane had to build for us. We have got a 1,000-gallon grease trap. We used to have a 40-gallon one, so we've got plenty of space, and it's not a very active grease trap. We actually don't fry any food at the library, very, very, very little. So carry on. So the grease trap access has also, we've had to do a lot of accommodation with Shanti and the team, but it's really something that is, we're not in there all the time dealing with grease. Here you can see the air handler that we actually came and had approval to put in after we purchased the library, and the existing disgusting mess that's out there. It is just a muddy, ghastly area. And in front of it, you can see the 3 cars. They're right there in front of the pavement. They are the residents' parking. We don't have any library customer parking at all. It's only residents, and so it's going to be no different from what it is today. In terms of parking or demand on that side. At the very back of the area is the kitchen door where the chefs will come in and out. Then we have the Rockingham approval from the board. We went to the board, we went back and forth on a few designs, and then we had a residents' information session. We had 100% support from them, bar one resident. We move on from that. So we designed these renders so the residents could get a sense of what we were doing. The boxwoods are actually flowers. I think the bottom, we can put the flowers in front, or we can paint the bottom white to go with the flower boxes. We've put flowers all the way down the other 2, so we wouldn't feel like you're walking through a tunnel of boxwoods. If we just move on that now, Isaac, the louvers open and close for weather. It's actually got a great little gutter system that the rain will come off, so you can sit in there when it's rainy, although I'm not sure how many people really will. We chose white, so it's airy and feels more summery. Okay, I have nothing else to say. The residents would come down that pathway and then turn right to go into the one part of the building. At the back there, you see a wooden structure that it's noted. We won't have that. It's actually just a wall of leaves at the very back, which you can see going forward. There's a picture of that, Isaac. And then that's inside. We bought some lion fountains to go with the golden lions outside, which we think is wonderful. You will feel like you're hearing music and water and that kind of thing. It will be white linen, so it's very formal. There's not going to be noise. It's not going to be loud. It's going to be a muted, elegant place. That's the pergola structure. Shanti's team was asking for it. They are two side by side. They're not joined together at all. They're not structurally attached to the wall. They are bolted to the deck, the wooden deck. We did go back and forth saying we don't need the wooden deck. If you want the wooden deck, we can have it, or we can put bricking down. But then I think Kim in the end said she'd prefer the wooden decking, and I think I believe we're in a good place, Shanti, in terms of the wooden deck. And then I think we've just got some other simple design things. That's how it's bolted to the ground. We have a floor surface like a carpet, and we have carpeting inside. We'd put this is New England plank, so it's a dance floor, but it certainly will add to some ambience. They are just clipped together pieces of wood. And then there's the wooden deck construction that we've gone back and forth on. It's very solid. It is pressure treated, and I think that's it. And the grease trap, okay, in which we have we've replaced the grease trap caps that are underneath the wooden, that will be underneath the wooden platform, with plastic, so it's easy load, no load bearing. And on the deck, we've made lids. You open up the lid, you move the plastic off, and you get into the grease trap. On all three of them now. And then in the corner, sorry, carry on. We carry down. We are proposing a small 6 foot by 6 foot shed. We're relaxed about, we wanted to keep some server items in that shed. We would cover the entire shed in greenery, so when you're looking at it from the parking lot, you will just see green as well, along with the flowers. I can talk through any of those if you want. I mean, and I would say, it's something that from the elegant old hotel that Frank Jones built, we would hope that he would be proud of it.
Thank you. All right. Any questions? Yes. Dr.
Where's the access to the library, the restaurant itself?
So if we go down there,
In front of the shed, or?
oh no, that's the kitchen. No, definitely not. So this is in the. If we go back.
How do you connect the deck to the library? Where's the waiter and waitress?
Oh, the waiter's going to come through the back door there. That's the kitchen. So the kitchen, they plate up in the kitchen and they walk through there.
Oh, I see.
And out the front here is the side of the library. You go right, and then there's the steep hill and the two lines.
Okay.
So you have to walk from the front door and around.
Correct.
No, I would just say that it's a wonderful chance to make a space out of something that's just pretty much a back alley. Anytime you can do that, I'm all for that. That's excellent. I think I wouldn't hold this structure to the same standards, given that it's probably more temporary.
Absolutely.
It does distinguish itself from the main building. So for that sake, I can support this.
Thank you very much.
Anyone else? Yes, Richard.
Yeah, I'll say I think it's a great addition. I think it's nice addition to your restaurant. I think it's a nice addition for the people that will walk by on their way to the music hall. I know all about grease traps and emergencies and a restaurant myself, but I don't think you've explained everything that you'd be able to access that. I don't think you'd have any problems. But no, I think it's a very elegant presentation, and I think it fits very well.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Yes, Larry.
Is your preference wooden deck then over the gravel for the support? Or?
I think so. I think it feels better underfoot. There's really no real reason to do it. Yes,
I think if your
it-
deck is high enough, you could actually access those grease traps. You know what I mean? Without just ripping.
It's the iron or very heavy metal things are so incredibly heavy that you really need just too much height. But now they're plastic anyway, so super easy.
No, I think it's a very beautiful design, and
Thank you.
I mean, my take on it would be if you had the wooden deck with the pergolas we're sitting on, you
Yes.
probably got even more structural integrity to it. So I think it's beautiful. Great job.
Thank you.
Yes.
Is the deck that this pergola is going to be constructed on, is it the deck that's there right now?
Yes. So the day that we started putting the big deck down was the day that we stopped and came back here. So yes, it's the same one.
So yes.
Yes, correct.
What, and someone suggested that this is temporary.
Yeah.
What does that mean, temporary?
So the use would be temporary. Currently, we would like to do seasonal dining. We can dismantle it. In fact, one of the presentation does say we can dismantle it at the end of the season. I'd prefer not to. It's a huge hassle for us to do that. We just close it up nicely over winter, like we do with the courtyard now. So,
So the use is going to be temporary, but the structure itself is going to be permanent.
well, it's not dug into the ground in any way. We have said to the board, we had this discussion with the board too.
Your intention is to leave it there over winter.
I would like to, if we can.
It's kind of close to permanent. But
I
it's
wouldn't
gonna-
leave any of the furniture or anything out there just for avoidance of doubt. I mean, but the structure, correct? Yes.
What kind of structure?
Right.
What happens to the air handling system that comes out of the building right behind this?
Nothing. The clearances remain the same. This is in front of the air handler, and there's the space between it. It's in its perfect. It stays where it is. Nothing changes.
When you're not using this, what will it look like?
I think. Well, the plants would stay the same. The planters. So those the white boxes would stay there over winter, and we would close off the entranceway with a chain or something like that, like you would probably do in Carver or those kind of areas. The open outdoor areas. You'd not use them over winter.
Chain.
Or rope, or any suggestion we would.
Thank you very much.
Anybody else? Yes, Margaret.
The resin shed that you're
Yes.
planning, I know you said you were going to cover it with greenery.
Right.
Is this faux greenery that's going to be
Yes.
there all the time?
Yes.
Okay.
We
And
can
it
put
is-
a wooden fence in as well if you prefer. I mean, we could do that.
It's a permanent fixture because you're not going to be taking that away.
Right.
Okay. It strikes me that a resin structure like this is a little bit like asking someone for plastic siding on the building if it's permanent. If it were something that were not staying there, I would, perhaps not have a trouble with the resin, but it strikes me that it's going to look quite a bit faux. And I know that this is a back alley, but you're going to quite a bit of effort to make the pergola and the rest of this look good with strong materials and metal and wood and so on. So I'm a little disturbed with the storage shed looking like a child's play thing in the back. That
And what about wood? We could do it. Would you feel
wood I would be much more in favor of, yes.
we'd happily do that? It's absolutely happily.
I did notice that the pergola intersects with windows. Is that disturbing the inside of the?
Not at all.
No.
Not at all.
And there were some air conditioners in some of those windows?
Yes.
That's also not getting in the
Not at
way?
all.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, Mark.
I would just add that I use the word temporary because I looked at this for a client, and they're like a 10-year structure.
Right.
All right. Any other questions? Good. I think this will also add a great amount to improving the space. Let's open it to the public. If there's anyone from the public who wishes to speak to, for, or against this application, please come up. No one rise. Is there anyone online? Okay, great. I'm going to close the public hearing and wait for a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the application as presented.
I'll second it.
There is the question of the wood, using wood for the shed instead of the resin.
Yeah, I'll say wood.
Is that, okay. Who
The
seconded?
shade to wood?
Yes, who seconded? Sorry.
I think that's
You did.
appropriate.
Yep.
And to me,
Yes,
That's
please.
fine, yeah.
purpose and intent. I believe that conservation enhancement of property values, review finding of fact, consistent, special with defining character of surrounding properties.
Any other discussion?
Or
The
I
only
should
other
say-
discussion is just, I think that it's wonderful that they're willing to do the shed in wood, but I think coming back with what the shed will look like once they know would be appropriate.
Yes. Okay. And that would just be an administrative approval. You don't have to advertise or anything for that. All right, any other discussion? All right. I think it's a lovely design. It's semi-permanent and that it is totally reversible if something terrible goes wrong, so I appreciate it. All right. Everyone else seems to be very supportive, so thank you for the well-thought-out design. All those in favor?
Aye?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed.
One opposed? Chair votes aye. So, thank you. You've got your approval. All right, number 2, public hearing number 2 is the petition of Portsmouth Carriage House LLC, owner for property located at 526 State Street, wherein permission is requested to allow exterior renovations to an existing structure, window and door modification and replacements, repointing as needed, and trim improvements as per plans on file in the planning department. Said property is shown on Assessor Map 127 as Lot 15 and lies within the Character District 4L1 and Historic Districts. Hello, please introduce yourself.
It's not Portsmouth LLC or Carriage House, it's Edward Fitzmeyer
Okay.
and Sandra Fitzmeyer, so just some paperwork there, but I'm Edward Fitzmeyer.
Oh, did it happen to recently change?
Yeah, we just bought the property.
Okay, our
your system.
unfortunately our system takes a little bit to catch up. So when we pull information from the planning department, sometimes we'll get the previous owner if we haven't switched over. So I apologize for that.
No, no problem.
Thank you. All right. Sorry, so,
Yeah, so this is an 1850 Mansard roof brick house with a 1950 addition on the back. And basically, we want to bring the brick house back up to speed and make it look new. It's very deteriorated. We want to remove a non-conforming stair and associated door. It's no longer needed on the brick house. That door right there on the right. We remove that, remove the stairs. And on the addition there, the gray part, we would remove those stairs and relocate them to this side of the building. And we would like to replace those 2 windows with full-size windows matching the rest of the house. Everything would be repointed, the slate would stay, any minor repairs would be done. All new Marvin windows, Ultima, be 2/2 to match the existing. I think is appropriate. And what else can I say? And then on the back side here, we would like to add another window underneath the window on the left, just directly below it on the first floor, just to add more light to the first floor of the house. That is not part of my building on the right. That is actually 134 Middle Road, is it?
Yep.
That door there, actually where the knocker is, that was glass, and somebody's put a piece of plywood in there. We would like to restore the door, restore the glass, relocate the knocker to somewhere we like the knocker. The reason why is that door opens onto the sidewalk. So it'd be nice to have a window to see if there's anybody you're about to kill. So, yeah, so we'd like to do that.
Or the sensitivity.
All right. Wonderful. Anything else? Any other?
The gray thing, side entry, it's currently covered with
Asbestos.
asbestos siding, looked like to me. What's your intention on that?
Go back with clapboard and painted.
Kind of clapboards?
It's in the package. I don't.
Okay. Pardon me, I didn't see that. Now, the door that was the inappropriate door that you're removing on the east side,
North side, I think, yes.
what was there before that door?
I don't think there was anything there before. I think there was a window, and somebody made this a two-family.
The reason I ask is if you, and you have looked at it, I'm sure, that there's a raised brick surface, and that area where that door was cut in, and you can see where it was cut in and new brick laid, is recessed another whole course of brick further than the rest of the building. And it runs from pretty much the window on one side to the window on the other of that
You can
current
see
door
where they matched
opening.
in the bricking, yeah.
And I'm just wondering what that, because you can see underneath the windows, the flanking windows, there's a little column of brick that sticks out another course.
It's very strange. That whole wall goes in and out. It's
Yeah.
very, very strange. You know.
Interesting.
Not
And
a-
you think that the best thing to do there is to insert another window?
Yes, yes. Or from inside, living space, and also, that's not really necessary, and that stair is non-conforming, and if we put a full-size stair there, we'd block the driveway, we would lose parking and such.
Next question is, I appreciate you, by the way, I appreciate your sensitivity about the patterned slate on the roof. It's the signature of this building. But the west side of the building, do you own that property? Or
Yeah, so, like the back, I
I'm
don't
wondering
know that.
about the window, and sometimes introducing windows on things that property lines have
Yeah, the property
difficulties.
line's right at the edge of the building.
Right at the edge of the building.
Yeah, so right, that granite block at the bottom, that is the property line.
And you won't be able to put a window there.
No.
No. No, it's not that it's impossible, but I'm pretty sure you won't.
Okay. That's when you go to a building permit, that's when
Yeah.
that.
The inspector.
Exactly.
Isaac will probably
Yep.
be the first person to catch you on that one. So we can vote for it to be acceptable, but I'm pretty sure you're not going to get the opportunity. All right, thank you very much.
Any other questions?
I see that you are intending to power wash the slate.
Yeah, my historic consultant, Ward Hamilton, he's done a ton of work in town here. He's the slate guy. He did Strawberry Bank and a lot of other projects.
'Cause I just noticed some of them are cracked already.
Yes, we would repair and in kind.
Maybe just he'll know, but
Yeah.
I was thinking about it too. Make sure you point the water down. Don't shoot it up.
There's just so much paint dripped on everything. It's
Yeah.
just, so that's the intention, is to remove the paint that's been dripping all over the roof.
Yeah, it could maybe be a light power wash. Nothing too crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Any other questions, concerns about this?
The only other thing that I see is I don't, from the drawings, I don't get a good feeling, I was hoping someone else would ask, about the air conditioning unit, the heat pump.
Yeah, so that would be, if we probably roll up. Yeah, so it would be, see where that vent is on the gray building? It would be above there. So it is, and that's really just practicality. There's no sub-basement. 80% of the building is just crawl space. 1-foot crawl space. So to run the piping and refrigerant piping, that's a great location to get right to the first floor and not have to run, pipes up the side of the building, and so that was the intent there.
So, and
Actual
that's-
screening,
That's tucked
it's tucked
behind
back.
the main building, though.
Yes, it's good,
Okay.
that goes back, I think, 6 feet.
Yeah.
Well, we won't see it from the street then, if that's your
You
criteria.
can see it from right there, but that's not the street.
Yeah, and there are,
That's the neighbor's yard, right?
Well, I just want to say thank you for giving this building some attention. It's a really wonderful one that hasn't been given a whole lot of attention. Any other, yes?
Yeah, I would just ask, you're going to do a lot of mortar work. Are you intending to do the whole building, repoint?
Yeah, on the backside, it actually looks pretty good. We're going to repoint as necessary.
Okay.
But on the front and the north side, we were going to fully repoint it.
Okay, and I would think you'd want someone that really knows what they're doing with the store.
Yeah, I think
Brickwork.
we got one of the best guys in the world, actually.
Okay, that sounds great. It's a beautiful gem of a building. It's too bad you got that power pole in front of you like that.
Well, that's another thing that the meters are inside the front door. And so we have to bring the meters outside. So the meter will see where that door is that I want to relocate. The meter would be there, but I don't want a mast coming over with the wire running over my driveway. So we're proposing to go underground to that meter.
Great project.
Okay. Any other questions? All right. Anyone from the public wishing to speak to, for, or against this application? Here, no one online. All right. We will close the public hearing and wait for a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the application as presented.
Second?
I believe it preserves the integrity of the district and is consistent with the special and defining character of the surrounding properties.
Great. One thing I see Margot's working on is a stipulation for half screens, if you wouldn't mind.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah, we would ask that you use half screens on your windows and not full screens to
Half
give it
screens?
more of a historic look. And that would be a stipulation of this motion.
That works for you? Okay, great. Any other discussion? All right, great, thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes aye. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good luck with everything.
Thank you very much.
All right. Public hearing number 3 is the petition of 445 Marcy Street LLC owner for property located at 445 Marcy Street, wherein permission is requested to allow the new construction of a single-family structure as per plans on file in the Planning Department. Said property is shown on Assessor Map 101 as Lot 3 and lies within the General Residence B and Historic Districts. Oh, hello.
Hello. Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the commission. Chris Mulligan from Hopeful Phoenix in Portsmouth on behalf of the applicant. With me, of course, is Tracy Kozak, the project architect. You're all quite familiar with this property. You've had a number of work sessions and meetings over this. Last month, as you'll recall, we received approval to relocate and repurpose the Candy Cottage. You'll see that in the renderings. I just want to point out the renderings that you have before you do not reflect, I believe, your sort of instruction to us last time in terms of the materials to be used in the repurposed Candy Cottage. That we intend to come back for administrative approval on, but the representation of what you of the cottage in the renderings is not the final product. Just wanted to make that clear. Tracy will go through the the technical aspects of the project, but we believe it meets all of your guidelines and criteria. The materials that Tracy's put together include some historical maps. This is on sheet M04, which demonstrate that there has been a dwelling structure at various times cited on this property dating back to the 1700s. So there is historical precedent for a dwelling on this property. In addition, I think it's significant that in the massing study that Tracy's put together, this is on sheet H12, we've provided sort of neighborhood context, and you can see that what we're proposing fits within the context of the neighborhood in terms of its mass and scale. We've got several different perspectives that demonstrate that what is being proposed is neither outlandishly larger than or unreasonably smaller than what is nearby and in the neighborhood. The other thing I would point out is the massing study at the bottom of that sheet. What we are proposing, the eave line of the proposed building is actually shorter than the existing eave line next door at 458 Marcy Street. So while we have a building that, or while we're proposing a building that has additional mass, the actual height will appear to be much lower than the mass itself. So that's just the overview. Tracy is going to explain the project in detail, and hopefully we'll get this one approved. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Commissioners, members of the Planning Department. Thanks for having us back. It's been a long journey, and I appreciate your patience with us and your guidance. Each time we come back, we do make a series of changes. We've listed that on the front page, cover page M00, and I'll describe the updates we've made in response to comments received at the previous work sessions. We eliminated the side terrace that's on the east side of the house. We widened the south steps. Those are the side of the house connecting the side door to the front porch to provide access to the pocket garden. We have separated the two paired windows into be separate windows. We lowered the roofs of the bay windows to make them shorter. We made the doors shorter. With the transom above, we made the windows all a foot shorter. We changed the sashes from 4/4 to 6/6. And I'll go through the drawings and explain this in more detail. Just a repeat of the locust map in the context and the zoning regulations on the bottom left. If you need any details, I'm happy to describe that. The context, of course, as mentioned, the Candy Cottage is relocated on the same site. The surrounding context, that was the site, this is what's around it. There's a variety, as we've talked before, there's a variety of styles and shapes and sizes and age periods around it, but if we had to pick one that's predominant, it's the gable end New Englander. There's 3 or 4 of them across the street, right across from this, so that is what we have taken as precedent for the design. There are some elements of several of these that you'll see in the design. The bay windows, the porch, on the bottom right, that's the house on the corner of the Humphreys Court and Marcy, which has a gable ender with a recessed porch. So shingles on the top, clapboards down below. Several of these houses have the skirt board splayed out at the second floor rim joist line. And other details we'll see as we move along. Historic maps, as was previously mentioned, we talked about this a lot at a previous work session, and a great history of some notable people who lived on this corner lot. A whole variety. I could talk for hours about the different characters. Hall Varel developed the whole area when it was subdivided after Captain Thomas Dowling bequeathed his estate to his descendants, and then the embargo of 1805 led to that whole neighborhood being chopped up. Varel developed it. Solomon Holmes owned a couple of them. He was a black man who was well-to-do and well-known. Doctor lived there, and then some women landowners lived there at a time when that was unheard of. They were pioneers, in a sense. And that house existed until approximately 1954, right about the time Ashley Jones purchased the property. The massing studies, as we have mentioned, per the design guidelines for HDC, it is compatible with what's around it. It is neither significantly larger nor significantly smaller. It is in the middle, and there's a variety of houses around it, some bigger, some smaller, some exactly the same. And the point about the eave lines being slightly lower than the houses around it is to help make it feel smaller. Okay. And next. First floor plan. So on the left is Marcy. On the bottom of the page is Marcy. On the left is Prey Street. The Candy Cottage is on the right, not part of this application. It was previously approved in that location. We can, I guess, go to the next page. And the roof plan. So it's a gable form with a side gable and a shed dormer, which you see elsewhere in the neighborhood, and 2 bay windows. That is on the top, Marcy Street elevation, and on the bottom is the Prey Street elevation. As you can see, we have shortened the heights of the windows. We brought the tops of the doors down. When we did that, we found we also had to bring the roofs of the bays down. So previously, the bay window roofs sat on top of that horizontal band. We brought it down so that the fascia of the bay roof aligns with that band, so it's about 10 inches lower. So that brings the scale of that down. We separated the paired windows in the gable, so they're separate windows. I think that's it on that elevation. The same applies to all sides. Windows, doors, and the steps to the garden, and that's the corner of Prey and Marcy. A lot of the corner New Englanders you see across the street will have a bay window on the side as well as one on the front, so we've done the same thing here. The shed dormer on the attic roof relates to some seen on the gable enders across the street, but there's also one across on the other end of Prey Street. Real materials, authentic materials, wood, clay brick. We have aluminum-clad Marvin wood windows. The skirting boards and the fence are composite. As you recall, we are in a flood zone, so we want to make sure that the materials that touch the ground will last. They will be painted. This house will be built on piers with the wood vertical lattice boards for a flow-through foundation. And then next is the section detail showing the proportions and sizes, locations of window sills, window heads, the fascia lines. We are proposing aluminum K-style gutters and downspouts to match the surrounding houses. And the windows and doors. A custom copper chimney cap. These will be gas fireplaces, but we don't want to see the gas turbine on top, so we're proposing a shroud that will function to screen that. Clay water-struck brick, we are proposing a thin brick. but it would have thicker bricks at the top to get the corbelling, and the flashing would be set regulated into the mortar joints like a 3-inch brick. And Certainty Landmark architectural roofing shingles. Asphalt roofing shingles are the predominant material in the neighborhood. Real wood doors, both the carriage style garage door and the entry and back doors as well. The fence, as I said, is a painted composite for durability. And simulated divided lights with the spacer bars. On the next page, light fixtures, lantern style. There's an option for gas, but also electric. We'd like to preserve the option to go either way if possible.
That was it?
And I think that's it. I just want to mention that we have set the building and sized it and scaled it according to feedback, but also in compatibility with what's around it. We took a look at all the varying conditions around it and tried to replicate the patterns that we saw in the neighborhood with how we located this building on the site, and created a style. One of the things, the guidelines, as you know, talk about new construction, and should it be a replica of a historic building? Should it be a contemporary building? Should it be something in between? Our goal was something that you can look at and know that it was built in 2025, but that it doesn't jump and scream at you like it's something different. We want it to be compatible with the neighborhood, but somehow its own thing as well, so that it can tell its place. It can tell the story of its place in time. Happy to answer any questions that you may have.
I just had a quick question about the overhead door. So that's for the Candy Cottage.
No, the Candy Cottage is not part of this application at all. That would be, oh, you're right. That was for the Candy Cottage.
Okay.
No, it's not on, yeah, that
Okay,
is
so
not
should we-
part of the house.
Okay, so
Thank
we
you for the
would
clarification.
just not worry about that for
Correct.
this application.
Correct.
Okay. Okay.
I'll go back for admin. Yep.
All right. Any questions?
Tracy, what was the door height originally on the front door? I see it's 7 feet. You said you brought it down.
Yep, the last time we were here, we were proposing an 8-foot door with no transom. Looking around, we have seen a lot of the doors throughout the historic district, and particularly in this neighborhood, are shorter 7-foot doors with a transom above, a short transom.
Okay.
Often the window heads to either side will be a few inches higher than the top of the door, and right now, the way this is designed, the window heads are 6 inches higher than the door, but aligned with the top of the transom, so it creates a straight line. We raise the window sills up to give more wall to glass ratio. That's more in keeping with what you see around it.
Anyone else? Okay. No more comments, discussion? All right, I'm going to open it to the public then. Anyone from the public wishing to speak to, for, or against this application?
Hi, thank you very much. Good evening, Commissioners, Madam Chair. You have in front of you a letter.
Can you introduce yourself? Sorry.
Oh, sorry, Susan McDougall, 39 Price Street. You have in front of you a letter which I gave you, and a square foot comparison along with a footprint comparison of this project to what I consider, and I think my neighbors share, the most important comparisons in this neighborhood, and that has to do with the houses down Prey Street, across Sanders, up Partridge Street. I understand the design details being taken from the buildings, the 3 buildings, I don't know what you call them, across the street on Marcy. But those buildings, actually, I understand the details. I don't have any issues with those details. Marcy Street is quite a bit wider than Prey Street, which is 13 feet. And the mass and scale of these is most importantly considered compared to the houses across the street on Prey Street, within the lot, within the actual lot, the houses on Partridge Street. I gave you the, I won't go through the whole letter. The commissioners mentioned at the hearing that at which this project was refused or voted no on, that the project design had not been paid as much attention as it probably should have been, because everyone was focused on the candy shop. The applicant pulled the candy shop out. Now I consider this, and I think it should be considered, as a very new plan. There are insignificant changes and none in terms of the mass or scale. All but one house in that block have smaller footprints than the 2 proposed. All of them. All have considerably smaller footprints. We have absolutely, and mentioned this numerous times, no objection to having houses planted in this space where there have historically, 85, 100 years ago, been houses. I'd like to point out that the maps show that there are more than 2 houses, in fact, across the street on that lot, which would presume that those houses are at least half the size of these. You have 2 houses filling the whole space, that whole space along Prey Street, where there used to be possibly 4. And the maps aren't reliable either. So that would be one issue. In terms of mass and scaling and the guidelines, I don't feel that this project, and I'm going to speak about 445 at the same time so you don't have to hear me twice. They're, quoting the commissioner, they're not normal buildings, the cottages are monstrous, tricks of the eye, whatever. The houses, as I said, remain the same in terms of size, mass, and scale, and nothing in terms of the big, literally big picture has changed in these designs. I also want to point out that both of them are right up against the 5-foot setback. They're totally within the planning board zoning things. The architect has worked very hard to make sure they don't have to go for permitting, and I can understand that approach. However, because they're so big and right up against the 5-foot setbacks, they appear much larger than if they were big and set back away from the street. Remember, Prey Street is only 13 feet wide. So the other issue I think that is important to point out is that the Queen Anne, which has been referred to a number of times, is just slightly, it's larger than 20 Prey in terms of its square feet. It's smaller than 445 Marcy in terms of its square feet. It's considerably smaller in terms of its footprint, and it's set back from Prey Street just about 25 feet. So even though it's very tall and more square footage, it's not imposing on the street. It's an imposing building. It belongs just where it's been for the last 100 and some odd years. But those things, the setback, right on the setback, the mass of them, the square footage of them, the height, yeah, they're tall. I mean, I'm sorry, I didn't have the time or the money to hire an engineer to do the comparisons for the height. But the fact that we have an average height, which is smaller than what we know ours are, doesn't really ring. I mean, that doesn't really hold weight for me. They're still really big and they're still really tall. So I hope that you will consider that, because mass and scale are in your purview, that you will really consider this as a new project, and hopefully we can get through this process, because we don't we're not against having something built there. We've said that right from the start. We'd like to have the process be, have the HDC and pay attention and dedicated attention to making this the right project, because we're going to have to live with it. They're going to have to live with it. You're going to have to live with it. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak to, for, or against?
Good evening. Michelle McLaughlin, 469 Marcy Street. I do share the concerns that Susan McDougall spoke to tonight about the mass and scale of the new development in our existing historic neighborhood. Susan has presented an analysis of this, and I'm in support of the information that she provided to you tonight. At this point, I would like to emphasize again that the HDC guidelines for small scale new construction dictates via no less than 24 comments in that document that the new design must be in keeping with the neighborhood's the existing neighborhood's historical elements. Now, we define the existing neighborhood as our Marcy, Prey, and Partridge Street block. We have appeared repeatedly in front of the HDC requesting modifications to the exterior design elements for the proposed homes and garages so that they will better fit into our neighborhood. But it seems like more has been added to the exteriors than has been revised. For example, though bay windows have been replaced with box windows at 20 Prey Street, there have also been 4 additional windows added to the design for 20 Prey. Also, a wraparound porch has been added to 445 Marcy Street, and a dormer and barn-like extension has been added to the Prey Street garage, further diluting the historic character of the neighborhood. I urge you to send this proposed development back to the drawing board for meaningful revisions that will enable it to fit into the historic flavor of our neighborhood rather than detract from it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak?
I just came from cleaning my mom's house, so I would not normally wear shorts here. My name is Sally Elshout, and I live at 17 Bray Street. So I also, too, have wrote something for both properties, but so you may hear from me again. So it's important to understand the perceived misconception, for the HDC architect and owner has about our community not wanting home or homes in these lots, empty lots. June 10th, 2025, Seacoast Online published an article about the June HDC meeting for the candy store. They included a comment from John Wyckoff, who is now a former member of HDC, saying that his quote was, "There's just a lot of people that, frankly, let's just say it, they don't want this lot developed. They don't want to have construction going on in their neighborhood." And that is 100% not true. For years, the neighbors around 445 Marcy and 20 Prey Street have continued to say we welcome homes in the lots. However, the drawings and proposals by the owners and architect are beautiful, but not for this neighborhood. We are asking the HDC, the architect, and the potential owner to work with us to design a building that is in keeping with the neighborhood, which includes mass and sizing. If you look at the 4 maps, actually right here, provided by the architect from 1774 to 1949, the proposed buildings for 445 Marcy and Prey Street are not in keeping with the homes in that neighborhood. The current proposal does not represent the historic or current character in any fashion in terms of size and mass. That's all I'm talking about, size and mass. I request a working session with the current proposal. June 10th, the Seacoast Online candy store article also quoted me saying, "We have to talk about the candy store, but we also need to talk about the plan as a whole." My concern is that we're not looking at the entire project with now potentially 4 buildings. In May 2025, the working session wasn't in keeping for a normal working session to review a proposal in its entirety. The architect didn't upload the plans for the working session, so neither the audience nor those watching online could see the drawings during the meeting. In addition, Reagan, you recommended separating the candy store from the entire proposal so we could understand what would happen to the candy store. June 2025, the candy store was approved to be moved on the lot closer to Parcher Street, and there were no additional drawings for the two properties in its entirety. July 2025, the new proposal shows two buildings on 445 Marcy. The massive house and outbuilding converted candy store. The house footprint is 225% larger than the footprint of my house at 17 Prey. The livable space is more than twice the livable space of my house. The proposal for 20 Prey Street shows two buildings. The house is massive, and the garage appears to have additional living space. The footprint of 20 Prey Street is 245% larger than my home at 17 Prey Street, and will take out a significant amount of sunlight to our house. The livable space is 167% more than the home that we have on Prey Street, or 17 Prey Street. And it has also been mentioned that there may be an additional ADU building at another time. It is not fair to now take this proposal up for approval or not without an additional working session. We only have one chance to get this right, and we are begging you to reconsider this current plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak? And I'll just clarify again that at this point, we are considering 445 Marcy Street. You're fine.
I can only imagine you're really tired of seeing me get up here.
Could you introduce yourself again?
I will. It's Mark Minnenberg. I live at 437 Marcy. The house has been referred to over 5 meetings as the example of the big house that sort of proves the rule. And I guess I wanted to say first that we have real gratitude for the work that you've done. You've been sitting here patiently. You've given us every opportunity to make a case. I do believe that this is probably the last time we'll be before you, because I think you're going to make a decision shortly. I think the exhaustion is enough to have you do that. I think for some of us, it's trying to clear our good name. There's a sense that we were hysterical neighbors. We don't want development. And the thing we've been saying for years about this, because it goes back before this current developer proposed this, but back when the Sanders were doing their own proposal, is that we have equity in this. So it's not a matter of we don't like someone's opinion, we don't like them as people. It's that we have bought into the HDC's jurisdiction. We bought into historic homes, and we have to maintain them with meticulous care in order to meet those requirements. And our sense was that this is like the one building lot left in the historic district. And what that does is it sets up a natural conflict. We had to understand, for all of us, you as well as us, that this was going to be a very difficult process for that reason. That the developer is able to do things that we can't do with our own homes. We're not allowed to change our windows. We're not allowed to change anything about them. We have to live with them as they are. And yet, someone who comes in to the neighborhood now can build pretty much within reason what they want. I mean, the designs are what they want them to be. My house will always be an 1896 Queen Anne Victorian house that will always be the example in this city of what a Queen Anne is. Right? It's right in the guides. It's on your website. We're really happy about that. We're proud of that. We are investors in that. Right? Some of us have millions of dollars in property in this city. My family does now, right? Not just one home, but more. So I just wanted you to understand that when we've come to you, we're doing that as investors and colleagues and fellow citizens. And I hope you'll, consider what we have to say from that perspective, rather than the notion that we're some out of control, neighborhood group that's got a vengeance or something. That's the thing that really stuck with me, and I think hurt most of all for us, was we don't know how to do this that well. We're just guessing how we should present this to you. Massing is the only thing we can talk about. We're going to talk about massing, but mostly it's saying, please pay attention to this. Please understand that our concerns about this are real, and we hope that you can see it in the same way. The houses are too big. Do we like the design? Not as much as some of us might have wanted to see a completely contemporary glass building in the center of that, because it would have set off the architecture that we have. It would have highlighted it rather than overshadowing it. Does that make sense? I'm going to step down in a moment, but I'm trying to give you a sense of where we're coming from, that if there had been a discussion from the beginning, if the owner of the property hadn't been offended by us in the beginning, if he hadn't then turned it over to a developer who's never appeared to us, has refused to see us, I shouldn't say refused, but just assume that, you know, her one appearance in the back of the hall was enough, and had actually come to us and said, I want to build something. I want it to be great. Would you talk to me about it? We would have been delighted to do that. We would have really pitched in and helped. And now what I'm afraid happens is that we'll all be dissatisfied because we weren't able to have that kind of dialogue. And it's not how it should be in a city this small. You know, we're trying to figure out how to get townspeople to come back to downtown, because downtown has been done in such a way that it really is for tourists now. And we don't want that for the historic district. We want the historic district to not just be for tourists walking by, but for the people who are truly invested in its character and its future. I'll leave it there. I can't say I won't jump up in the second one if there's an issue, but thank you for hearing us out.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak? Seeing no one rise here. Is there anyone online? No. All right. So I'm going to close the public hearing unless there's anybody else.
Just speak
Yes.
in rebuttal very quickly.
Sure.
Just with regard to the, I guess, the study that was handed in by Ms. McDougall, that wasn't uploaded to the city's portal today, so I don't know when that was submitted, but we haven't seen that. Point I would like to make, though, is your design guidelines discuss site coverage, and what it specifically says is that the percentage of a lot that is covered by buildings should be similar to those of adjacent lots. And it also says that it is generally appropriate to maintain the building to lot proportions found on adjacent lots. That's what we've done. Our proportions are similar and consistent with what is within the larger neighborhood. With respect to building up to the setbacks, we have matched the pattern up and down Prairie Street. The adjacent development is all built up to the almost the exact same setback. So we believe we've complied with the spirit of the guidelines and the what is appropriate and what's already been developed in the neighborhood. Then finally, with respect to this statement that plans weren't properly uploaded, that's just not correct. Everything gets uploaded into Viewpoint and it's available to the public. Thank you.
If you would like a copy of the comparison thing, we have some up here. I believe that they were just given to us today.
That's correct.
Sure. All right. Any other discussion amongst here? Do we want to talk to the applicant before I close the public hearing? Anybody have any other issues, anything? Okay. I'm going to close the public hearing and wait for a motion on this. We didn't have a whole lot of discussion, but if anybody would like to make a motion to open it up for discussion.
I'll make a motion to approve the application to start the discussion.
I'll second.
Okay.
I just, I am finding that this project has gone through incredible different changes and forces to shape it to where it is today. And if you go down the list of our criteria and you look at massing and you look at scale, if I look at sheet H.12, I see very similar massing and I see very similar scale. I think just going down the list of criteria, the language is very similar to the neighborhood. This is a new house, so this is a new house, so it'll have a look of a new house, understandably. But I think the language is very appropriate for this neighborhood, for the surrounding properties. The materials, very appropriate, very relatable to the surrounding properties. Detailing, taken from similar houses in the neighborhood. Patterns are very similar to what you see in the neighborhood. So to judge this new house based on the smallest houses in the area isn't a fair assessment. I do find that is very similar in scale and height to what's along Marcy Street. So for that reason, I'm going to support this application.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes, Dr. Brown?
I think we've looked at massing a lot, and we've thought about it a lot, and this numbers that were presented today gives us an idea of some differences. But what it doesn't give us the idea, if you look at the site plan contact footprints, this is probably the second or third largest lot in that whole area. And therefore, when you take the percentage of that lot to the house, I think the massing and the percentages fit in as they should.
Interestingly, I'd come up with the exact opposite conclusion when I take a look at that. Yes, the buildings in proportion to the lot are appropriate if this were located in an area where there were similar sized lots. So the tension that I have when evaluating this application is, how do I reconcile an unusual lot in the context of the place that it is, and as a result, it's giving me a building that is unusual in the context of the rest of the neighborhood. And that's the tension that I see going on here. So when I look at the building, and I start on the Marcy Street side, I find the Marcy Street side to be not so bad. I think it does reflect a lot of the other architecture on Marcy Street. Some of the buildings that you see in that area on Marcy Street are slightly larger. So this facade, I can kind of get around. Going around the corner on Prey Street, the additional bow window, a bay window, and the dormer are not really in keeping with what I see on Prey Street. And so, to me, making the facade on Prey Street more simplistic, not having as much detail on it, might create an illusion of a smaller, simpler house. So I'm not the architect. I can't redesign it for the architect, but I am very concerned about the appearance and the size of the building from the Prey Street aspect. And if there were a way to somehow reconcile the fact that you have two very, very different streets with very different building sizes, I would encourage that. And I cannot get behind the idea that just because this particular lot is very, very large and you're allowed to cover it with a large building, that we shouldn't take into account the size of the lot and the buildings that are in the same area.
I see your point. You'd almost have to put little houses along Prairie Street, and that wouldn't fit. And if you look at that huge lot with just the candy house on it, someone mentioned about it can't be too big, it can't be too small. Well, the candy house is too small in that area. So it's a tough one. I understand everybody's feeling.
Larry?
I'm going to try to split the difference here because I like what my three fellow people here have said. I think mathematically, and I think Margot hit on this, if you look at percentage of coverage, you can't just say, and I'm just going to throw out this number, you can't just say, well, it covers 80% of the lot, because it's a lot larger lot. So just by the sheer math of it, that means you're going to have a more massive building. And I think that's what the doctor just here was saying. Earlier, when I had asked Tracy the question about the door height, where I was heading with that was, it's an 84-inch tall entry door, not an 80-inch door. And I may be misreading the diagram, but it goes back to something Mr. Adams had said in the last session when we looked at this, and that was ceiling height. Just for clarification, and maybe I'm asking you, Tracy, but the interior ceiling height, is it 10 feet or 11 feet? Because if I'm looking at this, I'm looking at a 10-foot ceiling, unless I'm misreading the diagram. And I guess where I'm headed with that, and I'll just continue what I'm saying here, in terms of the massing, and again, I'm not an architect, but in deference to what Margot had said, if you lob off that dormer on the Prairie Street side, if you lob off the thing that sticks out from the side of the building.
The bay window.
I can't think of the word. What?
Bay window.
The bay window, thank you. It's been a long day, and I'm running out of caffeine. If you lob off that bay window on the Prairie Street side, you decrease the massing. If you reduce those ceiling heights, if it is truly a 10-foot ceiling height, if you bring it back down to an 80-inch door and a 8-foot ceiling height, you reduce the massing. And keeping in mind that these things are already starting with a certain elevation off of ground level because of groundwater, anything that you reduce the height reduces the massing, even if you haven't reduced the square footage of ground coverage, at least by reducing the height, lobbing off the, thank you for the new word to my vocabulary, bay window. If you reduce those things, you also reduce the massing a little bit. So maybe there's some wiggle room for everybody here, because I think everybody here has made some good comments so far, and I'm just trying to split the difference on this.
Anyone over here? Yes, Rich?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'll reference like the old maps. The 1877 map does show a 3-story building on this exact lot. And then the massing on H12, as Commissioner Ryan pointed out, does still put the height right in the middle of all the heights along Marcy Street. It's on Marcy Street. It also is raised 3 feet and 8 inches, so it doesn't impact the flooding of the neighbors. I think that's very considerate, that it doesn't gonna flood the neighborhood. So they're added 3 feet 8 inches, kind of to not make a bad impact on the neighborhood. That's kind of I would think that's a really nice move for my neighbor to make. Granted, that's kind of raising everything by 3 inches, 3 feet 8 inches. And I just want to remind everyone, this is new construction. I don't want this to look like it was built in the 1800s. I want people to know this was built in 2025. I want to know that the house next to it wasn't. I want the story to be there. And, we have an affordable housing problem in Portsmouth. I know this is the historic district, and, a lot of people don't want affordable housing in the historic district. But we're not a big town. We're a small town. And the more hoops we make property owners jump through, the more regulations, the more times we change the target, the more Gucci baggers we're going to get, the more we're raising the cost of living on all of us. I just want to be clear on that. So if we're going to keep creating jumps and no, I don't like, you're going to flood my thing. No, it's too tall. We're going to keep changing what we care about. It's going to make it really hard to have affordable housing in this town. But I'll be supporting this project.
Does that make me a Gucci bagger?
No? Did you come here with your Gucci bag? I was quoting a former speaker.
Oh, there you go. There are a couple of things that I'd still like to do. A couple of things that I'd still like to see happen to this plan. But none of them, no matter how hard I try, has anything that's really going to have a significant impact on the mass, the setbacks, the elevations, the width of Prairie Street, the size of the lots, the coverage of the lots and percentage or anything else that we qualify it as. I had some choice comments to make at a previous meeting, and I will address that in that we were grappling with a building that looked like one thing, but when you analyzed the numbers was another. Now this thing is down to within probably 95% or 96% of the same size as what I'd consider to be a historic structure built in the same way. The doors at 7 foot. 7 foot's considered a normal modern door. Our historic houses, 6'8" was considered a normal door. It's not much of a difference. I don't see how that changes anything that the people up before us tonight have mentioned. I've got all kinds of wonderful comments to make about things that don't pertain to this, so I'll try to be chary about that. I don't see any benefit from stepping on this thing and having them try it again. I just don't. I think that they've achieved what the person that owns a piece of property that actually dropped the cash on this thing to live in our community amongst us, people like us. I don't see anything that's going to be beneficial to the community to say no. So I'm pretty sure I'm going to support this, unless there's somebody that's got a compelling argument, because I don't think that going through the process of trying to make me ultimately happy about all of this is going to change a thing useful.
Wasn't quite sure where you were going by then. But until the end
I'd
of
like
that.
to be mysterious, but no, I'm troubled by it.
Yeah.
I think it's not a mystery that many of us have had difficulties with this thing. There's some parts of the process have been mysterious, but the thing itself has been clear. Struggle.
Yep.
Homeowners in the neighborhood struggling. Commission is struggling. This isn't an easy one. Would we be happier? And here I go. Would we be happier if they make this 4 house lots and we put 4 dwellings here, tight and cramped and pushed together like they were on smaller lots, so that they were unnaturally close to everything around them? Because how our historic structures are built is not how we're allowed ourselves to build today. I have a house where 2 of my property lines I couldn't have windows in today. So you can't build them like that anymore. So that's a reality. It's not oh my gosh, or you aren't trying hard enough. The reality is our historic model is a historic model. Our modern model is a little bit amorphous, but pretty well defined by the planning department and all kinds of laws. So inside of that, how can we make these things look like they're representative of the community? And I think in terms of pieces and parts, that someone driving down the street, and not that it's about tourists, but someone with a casual view, not analyzing every nail or clapboard, but someone with a casual view of the streetscape will see these as being fairly normal buildings. May wonder why they whatever, but fairly normal buildings. And I don't see that we're benefiting anybody by making them try to do something else.
Thank you. All right. Anybody else? I mean, yeah, there's no doubt that this is a difficult and challenging application or location. I think we all knew that when we saw this property go up for sale. We're like, oh, here it comes. We're going to have a time with this one. And I've said in multiple meetings in the past, one of the hardest things to do is to build new construction in a historic context, because everybody's going to have an opinion on it. It's very difficult to be so used to seeing one particular thing or one type of thing, and then something else goes in its place. And, we have our guidelines, which give guidelines for how to try to put new construction in a historic context. And I think that the team has really has tried to follow those guidelines. Are our guidelines perfect? Would everybody rewrite the guidelines exactly the same? Probably not, but these are our best attempts, and looking at other practices from elsewhere to try and make these things work. And I'm glad that everybody is here to speak about this, because everybody's passionate about their neighborhood and where they live. But everybody has different opinions. I kind of would love to see a glass structure here, because I think you're exactly right. It sets apart. It says, this is modern, these are historic. It doesn't water down your experience of the historic buildings. Does this design water down? I don't think so, but it also is, it pretty much fits in. It's a pretty traditionally designed building. You know, I don't know how else, I don't know what else you could do that would be really better. There are a million other designs you could do, but it's still, I think, what's going to fit our guidelines best is going to be something that is traditionally designed and reflects all of the, you know, as much as you can see right around it. So with all that being said, I think I am going to support this simply because this is what we've asked for from our HDC guidelines. And it's got traditional materials, it has traditional roof slopes and forms and masses, and there's no, if this were a 1950s subdivision where everything had the same lot size and everything had the same footprint and everything, easy to replicate something in that. It's not easy to do something here. So with all of that being said, in my rambling, I'm going to call for a vote.
Can I just?
Yes, unless there were.
I just want to, I did want to, I mean, we've been dealing with the broader issues of this, and getting into the details, I would just ask that the fence come back for an admin approval, because the fence you're showing is a knee-high, high in the renderings, and I don't think that's appropriate. So I think we're ready to vote on the big stuff, but I would ask a stipulation about the fence, the picket fence. Okay?
Okay. And I want to make sure that you have stated the findings of facts here.
Okay. It preserves the integrity of the district and is consistent with the special and defining character of the surrounding properties.
Okay. All right. I'll call for a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Chair votes aye. Thank you. All right. So you have the approval for this one. Let's move on to the next one, which is the petition of 445 Marcy Street LLC, owner for property located at 20 Prey Street, wherein permission is requested to allow the new construction of a new single-family structure and detached garage as per plans on file in the Planning Department. Said property is shown on Assessor Map 101 as Lot 3-1 and lies within the General Residence B and Historic Districts.
Good evening, Tracy Kozak, Architects. Thank you again for having us back for this 20 Prey Street residence. We've had 3 work sessions, and this is following up on a variety of feedback. On the cover page is a list of the latest changes we have made, similar to the previous. Some of these are similar to the previous applications. The biggest change is probably on the garage, which we have turned the gable 90 degrees and expanded it towards the back to allow some additional accessory space. At this time of this application, it is accessory storage space, but the hope in the future is that it might be an ADU. If not, it will be used as storage accessory space to the property. Either way, this is the design we are seeking on that. It is designed to, as you can see from the renderings, to use the same detailing and forms, but in a much smaller scale than the primary residence. It is set back from the front of the street according to the guidelines for new accessory buildings. The use complies with the guidelines for accessory buildings as well. We took to heart the comments that this building was too fancy. You're probably right. We were trying to match the houses on Marcy Street because it is part of that same development. We don't want to throw that whole concept away because just as the Three Sisters on Marcy Street, which were built by the same developer, have become historically important because they were built in similar styles by the same developer, we want in 100 years someone to say, oh, those houses look similar but different. I think they might have been built by the same developer. Maybe they're the twins and not the Three Sisters. Nevertheless, we have made some changes to respond to its immediate context. We removed the brackets. We squared off the bays. We straightened the front stoop, so it's a single straight stoop. We no longer have the double splayed angled stoop. We reduced the heights of the windows, and the doors are lower. The same thing as the Marcy Street house. They're a foot shorter in height. The head height is 7'6". The doors are 7-foot doors with the narrow transom on top. The paired windows in the gables, again, we split those apart. We have similar detailing of the trim, the splayed horizontal band at the second floor joist. The materials are the same. They're real wood shingles and clapboards, real wood trim asphalt shingles, wood aluminum clad windows, aluminum gutters, the sliced clay brick with the custom copper chimney cap, and the composite skirting boards around the open flow-through foundation for the same reasons as before. So, and this one does have the garage door. We reduced the height of that to bring the scale down as well, and lowered the soffit over the front door. When that door came down, the soffit came down with it. With that, stop me anytime, please, with any questions. I'll go through the pages with more detail. Again, the cover page with the zoning analysis. This site is even bigger than the one on Marcy Street. It's over a quarter acre. And the next page is the site itself. It's completely vacant right now. There's nothing on it in terms of buildings. And then the next context. So the Three Sisters, again, as inspiration for the development as a whole, but specifically to this building, we have the square box bays, which you see both on the Three Sisters and the Queen Anne. We have the long porch across Marcy. We have the eave, the long side. So we rotated this building 90 degrees from the one on Marcy because at this end of Prey Street, the houses have their long side with the eave facing the road, not the gable. That's a characteristic of Prey Street that we responded to. The lower middle building is the Garrison. That's the Royal Barry Willis house built in the 50s. It is what it is. It's a similar scale. We did not take any details really from that, even though it is a direct abutter. We are simply matching the height and scale and proportions. I included the lot. Oh, the one on the top right is the kind of cape at the end of Prey Street that has also a shed dormer on the top, as do the Three Sisters. So that shed dormer thing is seen in a couple of places. And then the lobster pound I included just because we did pull a couple of utilitarian details from the lobster pound for the accessory garage building. Not being the house, we thought, well, basically the little windows on the side we thought would be appropriate for a rear accessory building. Okay, so that's context. The historic maps. This site is actually more significant than the Marcy Street site because it is where Captain Thomas Dalling had his circa 1740 40s house. It was a traditional sea captain's house, the 5-bay, 2 full stories. It was one of the biggest houses in the neighborhood at the time. He fought in the Revolutionary War as a sea captain alongside John Paul Jones. This is a big deal. For this neighborhood, I would argue that's probably one of the most significant things. It's gone. We want to honor that. I will say where we are proposing these structures is generally in the same location these historic houses were. If you look at the close-up map, on this lot, there's the large house, the Captain Dowling house, with its eave side facing Prey Street. And to the left is a long, skinny one, which did, in fact, have the short end facing Prey Street. We kind of have the same thing on this proposal, where the main house is to the east, where the Dowling house was, and the garage, although it's further back than what that is. And smaller. It's still the long, skinny way in the same location and proportion that the historic pattern had. And a bunch of other cool people live there too. But let's talk about what we're proposing. Next page, please. The massing study, this is a 2-dimensional drawing, shows a slice through the neighborhood, and you can see there's a variety of house sizes and shapes. Again, we're striking a point in the middle. It's bigger than the smallest house. It is smaller than the largest house. It's an average to be compatible as required in the design guidelines. The floor plan. So the main house has the front door facing Prey Street with the box bays. There is a porch facing the west, the side. In the back, it's not a porch, it's a deck with a pergola, which will have plants. As we said before, this owner is very interested in pocket gardens, and the landscape and the gardens and the plantings will be very lush, and the pergola will allow the plants to grow up the back. There will be hedges for privacy and plantings all around in that backyard, which is set. The backyard is it's a big backyard, so you don't really sense this house is fronting Partridge Street. It's not. It's fronting Prey Street. The garage accessory building, it's a 1-car garage towards Prey Street, and then there's an accessory space in the back, as mentioned. And that's designed similar to a lot of the little out back buildings that you see. It has little windows. It's a 1-story presentation. And the next page, the roof plan, same form as Marcy, a primary gable with an L gable and then a flat shed dormer on the primary house. The garage accessory building is a miniature one of that with a gable L towards the back. And the elevations, the top left is the side that faces the Marcy Street lot. The upper right is in the backyard facing the back of the house. That's the west elevation, so you won't see that from any street. But if you're standing in the backyard, you'll see that. The bottom is the front. That is the street facade facing Prey Street. And then these are the east elevations facing the Garrison, the Barry Willis Garrison. So again, not the top 2 drawings are facing, well, the top right is facing the Garrison, and then the garage is set back. That's the drawing on the left. And the drawing on the bottom is the back of the house. It faces Partridge, but as I said, it's set way back from Partridge. And the renderings. That's from Prey Street. And that is from Partridge Street. So the accessory building is closer to Partridge than the primary house. You see the back of it in the distance. Similar materials, the same materials, windows and doors, all wood, aluminum clad on the windows, solid wood on the doors. Section details showing the heights and proportions. We have the same data lines as Marcy Street with the 7-foot doors, 7'6" head heights at the windows. banding and trim details are all similar. Wood picket railings and wood steps, aluminum gutters, a wood pergola, it's all wood. And the materials are the same as previously mentioned. And the light fixtures are also the same as the Marcy Street house, with the lanterns, electric or gas. And that's the changes we've made. I just want to reiterate that on this one, because we've oriented the front of the house with the long gable side, and the distinctive design feature on this, of course, is that sort of strong horizontal eave line at the above the doors and first floor windows. That eave line is lower. I want to remind folks, Chris mentioned that at the beginning. That eave line is a few feet lower than the eave line across the street, so that wall is shorter to allow more sunlight to reach across. If we had built a traditional two-story gable structure, there would be greater shadows across the street. Happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions? Yes.
I have one question on the view from the back, from Partridge Street. Is there going to be a curb connection? There's a square.
Curb cut? Maybe. We'll have to go through TAC to talk about that, so I can't give you a definitive yes or no.
And it looks like it's going to be brick. You can see it there, I guess, a little bit too.
We're showing brick, but again, we haven't decided
Whether that's going to
the
be
materials yet. It will
parking
need to be
or-
engineered and all the hydro analysis done before we know for sure what is the right thing to do there.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Discussion? Yes.
I think you've done a nice job of putting together something that looks historic with all the modern amenities. I particularly like the back view of the house. On, I guess it's sheet P2.2. That's a really nice view, the way you have your window placements and stuff there at the bottom of that one. I can support it. I think you've done a great job of, like you said in the presentation for 445, you've lowered the door heights, you've lowered the window heights, those things together make it feel less massive, and this one feels even more historic, I feel like. And as you correctly pointed out, on that 1877 map, there were houses of similar size on this lot. And I can totally support what you've done. I think you've done a great job.
Thank you.
Any other questions, comments? All right. Then we will open it up to the public. Anyone in the public wishing to speak to for or against 20 Price Street?
Hi, Susan McDougall again. I just have a couple of points to make and some corrections or some observations. I said, I think in an original letter to you regarding the project to begin with, that I felt that the HDC had not, and I'm not faulting the board in particular, but that there were no specific new guidelines for projects within a flood zone, or in taking into consideration the extra height that had to be given to a house that was being raised above the to prevent their own flooding. I don't see this as something that will actually benefit us. It's not going to prevent any flooding on my house by them doing this. It's not a gift. And that extra footage does add to the height of the buildings if you do not reduce the height of floors. So there hasn't been any consideration for proportion in that. You just put the same size house that you want up on top of stilts. So then you have a big house. I'm going to say the same thing about this. I think the proportions are too big, regardless of how big the house was before that was there and the whatever it is. and it sits right up against the setback. I don't see any changes in that. I also want to point out that the 20 Prairie new garage with its extension has a footprint of 726 feet. It is square feet. It is larger than the footprints of the primary residences on Partridge. 31 is 680, 39 is 555, 469, which is abutting the candy shop, is 598. Those are the footprints of the houses that are surrounding this garage addition. So this is larger, footprint-wise, and I didn't do the heights on that. I mean, like, this math is just ridiculous. I just feel like this is crazy. In terms of Prairie Street and the green gambrel, the lot was referred to as approximately the same size, the house as approximately the same size. 20 Prairie is 2,383 square feet more than the green gambrel, which is 2,015 square feet. The footprint of 20 Prairie is 1,936 square feet, and the footprint of the green gambrel, the largest, looking right in there on a big lot, is 918 square feet, significantly bigger. So I don't, I can appreciate that this is going on, but specific discussion about this design and its mass and its scale has not happened until this meeting. And I feel that way about, felt that way about the other project as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak?
Michelle McLaughlin, again, 469 Marcy Street. I do agree with what Susan McDougall has presented about 20 Prairie Street. I've already spoken at some length about these homes being too ornamental for our adjacent neighborhood. And in particular, I do feel that 20 Prairie is overly ornamental as well, with the addition of a roof deck and pergola. I'm trying to understand how the new garage design fits in the neighborhood. It has the appearance of a barn-like extension to the garage. From one side, it almost looks like a military barracks. I don't see anything like this in our neighborhood. So I hope you'll give this particular structure close consideration. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Sally Elshout, 17 Prairie Street. This house is directly across from our house. So I have a few questions for you. The first one is, maybe it's for them to answer, but the back of the garage, where it's extended, is that intended to be the ADU, or is that intended to be living space? And that's what I don't know. My other comment is about the putting the house on stilts. It's my understanding that because it's a brand new home in a flood zone, that you need to have it raised up. It can't be right on there, so it's not being done to make a favor to the neighbors. It's done because it's supposed to be done that way, so you don't have a house being flooded. The house that's proposed here changed from the original, from when we started from the very beginning. The house and the driveway were flipped. Is it possible that you could go to the picture that shows the front of the house? Right. Yeah, so that house right there, in the original drawings, they had the house where the driveway is and the driveway where the house is. And my comment at that time, which was on March 1st, I had said that a big concern about the driveway where it was located, and I recommended that it might be better to have the driveway on Partridge Street, and I'll tell you why. Prey Street's extremely narrow. As Susan has mentioned, it's 13 feet wide. Where our house is, our driveway is wide. It's not long and narrow like everybody else's. Our driveway is actually like Mark and Nancy's on the corner. When we put our two cars in there, and I'm a good driver, I've been driving since I learned how to drive when I was 12, on a farm, so I know how to drive. And I literally cannot get out of my driveway because we have a stone wall there and a car next to me. I have to do multiple point turns, and I literally tap the fence that is on Prey Street, 20 Prey Street right now. So my ask is, like, why did they move the house over? Because I think our driveways were more compatible to be close. In addition, I think whatever structure is there, it needs to be pushed back. They're going to have trouble coming into our property as much as we are to them. So I recommend that we swap the house and the driveway back to where it was. But more importantly, I ask that the house structure be pushed back a little bit so that we don't hit each other's houses, basically. The other thing I want to comment, if you could go to the drawing or the pictures that has the picture of our house in it. I think it's a little bit sooner than that. Nope. Yeah, you can barely see it. No, it's the one on the top right-hand side. So the way the structure is set up, or the proposed structure is set up today, the house will cover the main portion of our house, and that's where I did comment. Because it has to be up higher on stilts because it's in a flood zone, it is going to be much higher than our house. Our ceilings I can stand and put up on this, so our ceilings are probably 7 feet max. And so with the heights of the ceilings that they're talking about in their house and being on stilts, it's 2 stories plus a roof. It's going to be towering over our house. And as I mentioned earlier, the proposal for 20th Street has the 2 buildings. It is massive. We all know that. The garage appears to have additional living space, which it's not clear if that's planned to be the ADU or if that's just something else. The footprint of Prey Street, and I will give you the numbers. The footprint of Prey Street is, 20 Prey Street, is 1,936. Ours is 789. It's huge. It's 245% more. The livable space in on 20 Prey Street is 2,383. Ours is 1,420. It's 167% more. I'm just asking that the house be, in size and mass, be a little bit smaller in keeping there, and that they move the house backwards. I think everybody else has talked about designs and so forth. I do want to mention, if you can go to the picture that you have for the property. Let me see here. It shows, oops, sorry. Looks sort of like this, Isaac. Yep. So it's a little bit further down. Right. Can you push it down just a tiny bit? So I really don't understand what this, maybe it's a walkway and driveway, and maybe that's to make the parts an ADU. That's not mentioned. But if that part is meant to be an ADU, I think they should bring it up now rather than later, unless they're intending to propose another building. But my point I want to point out here is that corner where that, maybe it's a driveway, who knows what it is, on Partridge Street, any rainstorm you have that floods, you don't have to wait for a king tide that comes up, which the king tide came up to our property line on Prey Street. And normally it's Partridge Street, and Partridge Street has flooded all the way up across to Marcy Street and has flooded. There's like a Cape style home. If you go up to top of Partridge and Marcy and you go diagonally across, completely flooded. That was that December storm. And then the December storm on Prey Street, the home that's being redone, and it's I like what they're doing there. They had 4 feet of ocean water in their basement, and we had ocean water come up to our property, which is unheard of. So it's obviously that whole area is flooding more and more, and that's something that we can't do anything about, right? That's Mother Nature. So I guess the bottom line, I would like to see the house and the driveway swapped. More importantly, I'd like to see the house pushed back off of the street. Ours is not directly on the street either. We've got a huge stone wall there. And yeah, the mass and size of it is just too big. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I'm Mark Minenberg, 437 Marcy Street. I just want to support what Sally was trying to articulate. We do have two little recesses that allow us to get our cars into you can call them a driveway, but they're not. They're just little squares. And we can't get in or out without coming right to the fence line and essentially touching it in our Subaru, which I've had for decades. You know, a Subaru Forester is a very small little car, so you can get it, just touch. You have to know exactly how to do it. You can get in and out. The configuration that's here it will not only be an accident waiting to happen, but it's going to be really frustrating for whoever buys that. I think with our house, there's some, with the front, with 445, there's some insinuation that the developer is going to live there. So if that were true, then she knows what she's doing, and I wasn't going to object to her troubles with her driveway. But I think in this case, it's going to create a lot of conflict and potential accidents, and it's a simple thing to address. It's been raised well early in the process, but it's just never been dealt with because the other issues were viewed as more important. So this is a little one. I'm waiting for the objections behind me, but you're setting buyers up. The developer can do it to herself if she's really going to live there. I don't know that that's true, but if you're going to sell that house, the developer shouldn't want to sell that problem to the potential buyer. And we deal with this all day long. I mean, it's 13 feet. It's really tiny. Someone has a big car, they won't even be able to get in. They won't be able to buy the house because they won't have access to it. There's no place to park, right? Okay. I'll leave it there. Thank you for your time. I hope we'll see you outside this process and shake hands and be neighbors again. I'm sorry it's been so difficult for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak to or against this project? Seeing no one rise here. Is there anyone online?
I don't see any hands raised. So.
All right. Then I will, unless there are any other questions or statements by anyone else. I think there are some questions about the use of the garage as the potential ADU. There's no addition, if I'm clear, there's no additional building that might be proposed down the road. It's the use of that as potentially an ADU that may come back. Right now they're proposing storage. I think there are any other questions. Then I will close the public hearing and wait for a motion.
I'll move to approve the, as presented, application.
I'll second that.
I'll purpose and intent to preserve the integrity of the district and review criteria findings of fact, compatibly designed with surrounding properties.
Any discussion?
Well, I think I stated in the discussion of the other property my concerns with regard to Prey Street. I find the facade facing Prey Street, this building, to be a little bit out of character for what's there. I understand that it is modern construction. I understand that it is not intended to mimic exactly what's there. But I think that there are many opportunities to keep essentially what you have here, but make it a little more compatible. So I am not going to support this building.
Anyone else? Yes, Mike?
I would just simply say that, similar to our last application, that I'm convinced that the massing and the scale are appropriate for the neighborhood and appropriate for historic district. The language is appropriate. The detailing is appropriate. I think this is a sensitive project that is developed to a point it's very sensitive to the neighborhood, but it still has to be its own piece of architecture, built in the year 2025. So I'm the objections I hear from the neighbors at this point are things that are not relevant. The flooding is not relevant to this board. The setbacks are appropriate because historic architecture is built to the path, to the street, to the sidewalk. For that purpose, it's appropriate. Car difficulties with car turnings and driveways and things, not in our purview. So I'm going to support this application. I think a lot has been done to produce a very sensitive and very considerate home for this location.
And I'll just add, I agree with everything Commissioner Ryan said. I believe it meets all the guidelines, all the criteria. I also believe this is a very large lot. It meets Parker Street and Prey Street. And they are still leaving 51% open space. So, but given this is a big lot, I like that the new garage is being placed where the historic building was, and there is some, I do like the story of that you'll know these two buildings, this building and the building next to it, Marcy Street, were developed at the same time. But I think this is appropriate for the neighborhood.
Anyone else? Yes, Larry?
I'm just going to reiterate what I said earlier. I can definitely go along and support it. And they are bigger buildings, but the footprints are actually smaller than what's presented here. I went back and recalculated, and it's irrelevant, but Marcy was 1,300, and Prey, you only get 1,900 if you add together the house and all the outbuildings and everything. The house itself is only 1,300 on the footprint. So it's not quite as big as portrayed. I think she's done an excellent job of, like I said, taking an historically designed house and making it have modern features and modern amenities. In terms of, like, it's not within our purview, I agree, but in terms of backing off Prey Street into that, the fact that that garage entrance is set back so far from the street, I think you'd have to have an extremely big vehicle not to be able to hit that driveway and get it in there. So I totally support what the architect has come up with. I think she's done a great job.
Anyone else? Right.
Again, looking at the size of the lot, the only answer was a good one that Mr. Adams had. Well, maybe this should have been 4 lots and 4 little buildings, but you got a big lot here, one of the biggest ones in that area, and it would be silly to expect a beautiful houses on Prey Street and historic houses and compact would not fit on a lot like this.
All right. Any last thing? All right. Again, similarly to what we looked at 445 Marcy, I feel the same way. This is a design that the architect has done to meet the guidelines that we've set. And so, this is a big lot. I don't know if this project would have to go through TAC or anything like that.
Excuse me. It did for the initial subdivision process. So each lot can have one single family structure, an outbuilding. The reason that they would need to come back if it was an ADU is because that would be a secondary structure, or secondary living structure. So that would require a variance, and then the second driveway would also require a variance.
I just didn't know if tax usually with, dealing with any driveways and stuff like that. Again, that's something that's not in our purview. It may end up being a problem down the road, but you know, they'll deal with that. In terms of the design, it's a simplified but very traditional design that, you know, is contemporary in its own way and still takes cues from its surroundings. So I'm going to support this. I think that we'll see it again. I think that for both of these properties, there will be little changes here and there that are going to come to us. And so this isn't the end-all be-all design, but we got to move forward. So, yes.
I would just add that same stipulation from the last time, that the fence come back.
Where is the fence in this property?
I don't see a fence on the.
It's just in the materials section, so I don't know where it is, but it's not appropriate for the neighborhood.
Is there, okay. If there's a fence on this, it should come back to us.
I don't see it.
Yeah. Okay.
I know I shook my head. Thank you very much. This, two things that I took from the comments that sort of worry about. One was the description of the garage being barracks-like, and I think I can read plans fairly well. I don't see it. I don't see anything about it being barracks-like. I think that it's, if anything, it's diminutive. It's like a turn-of-the-century garage rather than a 21st century garage. The other thing comment that I took to heart was the proximity to the street. And I grant you that I don't have, and I don't think any of us are equipped to understand what it's like on a narrow street, the Partridge Street, but it's a street to me. And one of the things that I frequently worry about with modern infill buildings in our community is how they break the rhythm of the streetscape. And I really appreciate, and I think all of us in some way do appreciate, the proximity of our houses to the street. That we don't have the suburban 3-acre lawn in front of the house set back so that there are rooms for the guys with the lanterns. That this is a present on the street. To me, while it doesn't replicate anything in particular, it seems to be describing itself as part of the community and part of the streetscape. And honestly, I saw that as a benefit, and I still do.
I just appreciate that it wasn't built with the garage right in the front, which is what most new houses have. I see. Anyway.
Yes.
All right, so let's have a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Yes, opposed.
Chair votes aye. Thank you. I'm sure we will see you again soon.
Thank you.
I want to thank the neighborhood for coming. We do appreciate you. Your words. Okay, we have three work sessions next. Do anybody need a quick break?
5
All
minutes,
right,
sounds great.
5-minute break. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
right, welcome back from our quick break. We are now moving into our work sessions. I'm going to start with work session A, requested by Rencheck Revocable Trust, owner for property located at 209 Marcy Street, wherein permission is requested to allow new construction to an existing structure, construct full second floor addition with new one-story front and side additions as per plans on file in the planning department. Said property is shown on Assessor Map 103 is Lot 2 and lies within the General Residence B and Historic Districts.
Madam Chairman, I'm going to recuse myself because of proximity.
Okay, fine. Martin, you're welcome to come on up here if you want. Hello, welcome.
Good morning, good evening, I should say. It's almost morning. Spent too much time in the sun today. Ann Whitney, architect for the project, and Harry and Kimberly. Owners, Lorenick, yep.
Lorenick, okay, sorry.
Lorenick, yeah.
Good to know how to pronunciation, so thank you.
Thank you. So we had a work session in April? No, May.
May. Yep.
Yeah. And we're coming back. Done a little more research. The first page here just really was similar to the first work session, kind of gives you a sense of the streetscape. View looking south from Hancock and east down Gate Street.
It's this page here.
Second page, actually, Harry did some research at the Athenaeum.
Always good.
And found that the house on the corner of actually 187. No, actually.
Yeah. So the house. Let's see.
Yeah, actually, if I go back to the first page, the house that you first see in the view of Marcy Street looking south from Hancock, that's the hip roofed, and that is shown on the left-hand side of that.
That is actually shown, yeah, bottom left.
Bottom left.
And right above it is what the house, the blue house, which is the Thomas Shaw House, Sea Captain, that is actually on the corner of Marcy and State. So it previously used to be located on our lot and was moved. And
that's that photograph.
and that really, the insurance maps above it show that progression. So you can see the 1924 map will show that house in its place. You'll see the 47 map shows an empty lot, and then you show 56 will show the house as it currently is. So in the view below, the two kind of just show how similar the houses actually do look. Where the house on the left is currently still in its place, and that's the house that is now on the corner of Marcy and State.
Right. And originally that hip roofed one was right on the street again.
It was right on the street, yeah.
Right. And the other piece on this is the
So that is a historic district survey from 1979. And it was really included because there was mention about, in the previous work session, about, retaining Cape-style houses. And there was also mention of that this kind of was a barracks, maybe. There's another mention of barracks today. And I want to just show the description of the property from the historic survey.
It's a 1.5-story modern cape with absence of architectural detail, intrusive wood deck on front.
Very insulting to us.
Well, that was from a while ago.
1979.
1979. Yeah. So the next page just is similar to the last time, just showing existing residence. There's that 1-story addition off to the left that will stay intact, and then I have 2 small 1-story additions coming on the Gate Street and Marcy Street side. They're all within the setbacks. So this first, I'll go through the drawings, but I've looked at it a couple different ways. I still think, and my clients think, that this is the preferred, doing it as a straight gable. the one-story addition, again, there's a little bit of a bump out that's concealed by the porch in order to not have to completely rebuild the stair on the inside. And I've just added a little more detail on these drawings. We're gonna be guttering these lower roofs, gonna do a really simple trim detail on the, for the main peak, you know, minimal rake overhang and a guttered thing between with the rakes covering the gutters on that side. Again, we've seen these before, just a little more detail added on those. And that rear addition, which we're keeping some of the existing and adding some new windows. That's where bathrooms and closets and things are going to be happening on that side. Took a look at doing this as a hip. I kept the same pitch because we're matching the pitch of the existing house and the existing one-story addition. Those pitches matched. So, you know, this could be a flatter hip, but I don't know. I feel like it kind of calls more attention to it because we're not doing dormers, and I just, you know, I think it could work, but I just feel like a simpler form makes more sense because it kind of goes halfway. If we were going to do a hip roof, we'd be doing central chimney and dormers in that attic space, and there's not really room for that. I did show it on the other two elevations. You know, it would be, the eave line would be above the one story, so it wouldn't interfere with that roof. But I don't know, I just feel like the gable is more of a preferred rendition. And then I also looked at it as doing a knee wall with a full dormer. And, you know, it makes it seem like it was more, maybe a more modern house, you know, expanding the cape, but I just, a few compromises in the floor plan, which aren't horrible, but I just feel the massing, to me, looks better with the original concept of it being a simple gable.
Yeah,
and sort of matching, you know, the streetscape. When you look up the street, you see a lot of, some are got L's on them, and I don't think we want this building to, like, we want it to be part of the fabric, not necessarily be a showpiece. It's already set back, it's already got established landscaping. I think the intent, you guys have been here
7 years.
7 years now, and they love the place and just need to be able to stand up a little better in the second floor.
It's just a bit cramped up there, and I'm tired of banging my head, honestly.
Yep.
Okay. All right, well, thank you. Any comments? Anybody questions? Who wants to start?
I agree that the full roof seems to fit in better with the neighborhood than the hip roof.
Yeah.
Today, yeah. It just looks like it
Dumb
belongs
question.
there.
Yep.
Sorry, go ahead.
And that's all.
Dumb question. In the first photo, this one right here, is that still a hip roof, the gray one?
That's still a hip roof.
Oh, yes, it is. Yeah, it's just
the
hard.
right angle, I couldn't tell, but
Oh, yeah. I was trying to get the streetscape, and you have to get pretty far away to see the hip. Yeah.
I'm not suggesting one thing one way or the other, but ironically, your hip roof design, if you put little gables on it, you'd have what was there to begin with. But I think whatever you do, I think both your designs are great. I honestly think, you know, the owners have to flip a coin on it. I think both designs are nice. So.
Yeah, and I think that I did actually some work on the other house, the one on the corner of Marcy, and you know, that has much higher ceilings, and there is really an attic on that floor. And this, we're trying to work with this existing footprint, which is only 25 deep, and there really wouldn't be any usable space in that second floor.
Yeah.
Of the third floor, I'm sorry,
Third
the
floor.
attic. Yeah.
I would just, the last time you came before us, I guess the argument was, is it appropriate to modify the existing structure so radically? I still feel that this is the right choice for the lot, for the neighborhood, for the area. And I'm not as, I don't feel as strongly about the existing house as some sort of, gem of and model of a particular style and requirement. So yeah, I'd say all the roof types are appropriate. The one that the dormer option, probably not so much. Wouldn't feel as strongly about that, but I think you're on the right track, either hip or gable.
I agree. I think, it's not just because this is the last, but no, I don't think you should be limited in what you do with this house, but I agree that hip or the gable.
Yep, so I'm the outlier here. I feel very strongly that we have to take into consideration the whole scope of the historic district. And if the historic district existed in 1910 and 50-year-old buildings were considered modern and not worthy, then a huge number of the buildings in our historic district would have been torn down and replaced with something from 1910. So the historic district is designed to protect the history of Portsmouth, not the old history of the Portsmouth or this section of Portsmouth or so on. It's to consider the whole thing. And 50 years from now or 100 years from now, this building may be the only one of 2 or 3 capes that were saved, because all of the rest of them were outside of the historic district and they were torn down for McMansions or whatever it is that people are building in 2030 or 2040 or 2050. And, that's my view of history, is that it continues and it keeps going. And you happen to have one of the few remnants and evidence of what happened in the 1950s. And on the corner of Brackett and South Street is someone who has one of the very, very few protected original ranches. And I wouldn't want to see that change to something else either. So I'm not trying to pick on your house in particular, but I'm trying to say that the styles that we have in this district are here because we've been protecting them. And to say that this building is not worthy of protection because it's a modern style that doesn't have all sorts of woodwork and isn't very special, we should just throw it out. So, that's what I'm struggling with here. And I think as a member of the Historic District Commission, that's part of what I need to think about. So, Anne, definitely would not go with the hip, so thank you very much. But I did have a question, because I know you do amazing things with things that people don't think about. Did you look at the L, or the addition to the left, and did you think about either changing it or getting rid of it and making something going this direction, leaving the cape as almost, it's like creating an L but a larger L, and leaving the main building and putting something along that's 2 stories? Was that something that...
No, it wasn't really, just because that was built, I don't know exactly when, but it's been in the last 20 years maybe. And it's a beautiful...
99, 2000.
99, 2000. Yeah. It's a really nice space. There's a fireplace. It's the main living room of the house. And we're basically not really changing the flow of this house that much. We're just adding space on the second floor. We are going to rework the kitchen by moving the door. The door comes right into the corner, and we're going to shift a bathroom. But for the most part, on the first floor of the house, it's just going to stay the way it is. And that kind of, if that wasn't a really nice structure, you might consider that. The other nice part of this property is someone's really spent some time doing.
It's surrounded by beautiful gardens.
It's beautiful gardens, it's hardscape, and, yeah, and trying to get the space that they need without really totally altering the site. It was our intent.
So I hear that. I also remember early on in my time in the commission, there was a building over on Dearborn Street. It was a cape. Almost nobody could see it, and we fought very hard to make sure that it still read as a cape. And this...
Was it an old cape or just like a 50s cape? It's an old one.
And this, you know, we're willing to put a second story of windows to completely taking away from the cape. If we could get a knee wall, make this a taller building, but not put a whole new row of windows, turning it into a completely different vernacular.
Just there isn't the kind of room, you're not gaining the kind of room. You know, if this was a 30-foot wide cape, there might be room to have some roof line showing, but it really just doesn't lend itself. And
Well, I've tried all the suggestions that I can.
But also, you found something interesting when you were looking at the history of the building that's next on Gate Street, the next building on Gate Street. They were the ones who
They
built.
actually built, you know, I haven't found it really, and I really stopped my research, but the house 171 Gates that's right next to it owned that lot in 1950, so they built that house. And was it an income property, most likely?
So, allow me to get a little nerdy here.
Yep.
So this, I find it really interesting that they moved a house from here. Usually, they move houses from far.
I know.
And across town or something. So the fact that this was just moved up the street, there's got to be an interesting story there.
It replaced the House of Ill Repute, and it was trying to clean that section of town up right across from Scott Park.
Right, but anyway. So
There's a couple on Gates where they've just turned them around and moved them very little distance for some reason. Yeah.
So it's interesting that they. Obviously, this was a blank lot that the neighbors were like, all right, we got to put something here. Looking at the older photo, so this house today we would characterize as what was called minimal traditional. It's not really a cape.
Right. Yep.
And these minimal traditional houses were very inexpensively built. They are very typical for the 1950s and 60s. I think it is an interesting story that one was built here. However, at this point, it doesn't look like that anymore because the past owners, including yourselves, have tried to make it look a little nicer and try to add, because even this, the survey that the advocates did way back when said the absence of all architectural detail, which is what a minimal traditional house was, but you've tried to add some detail to kind of make it look a little bit better and make it fit in a little bit better. So, in my opinion, there's part of me that totally agrees with Margot. We need to keep this story, this history here. The truth is, this house now doesn't really have much integrity left of telling the story of being a minimal traditional house. It also is totally out of place in this area, in this situation, to have such a tiny little house on this lot full, surrounded by other big buildings, bigger, older buildings. So I still struggle with the asymmetry of putting this little addition on the front and having this sideways entrance, but at the same time, I feel like if you did make it a traditionally symmetrical house, you'd be trying to mimic a historic house that has no business being there. So,
And you look around, a lot of these older houses had little one-story additions. It's
yeah,
part
yeah.
of the, it's part of the
But to have that
character.
as the entrance, the
As the
face of the
entrance,
house
right.
is irregular. But I don't know. So one of the questions I had is the structure of this little house like strong enough to hold a second story?
Yeah, it already is a
Because-
second floor on there.
Okay.
Yeah, and I took a look at the, floor to floor and the structure in the basement. We might have to put a post or two in somewhere, but
Yeah.
it's actually fairly solidly built for a 50s house. If it was done in the 80s, we'd probably have to tear it down. Yeah.
Right. I don't know. I feel like, yes, there is a story here that is worth preserving. But it's not, it wasn't a 1950s Cape, which would be more appropriate for the South End. So, I don't know. In a way, then, this sort of weird eclectic change for the house is fine. I don't know. Yeah.
Would you call this a 1955 spec house?
Not even that. I feel like a spec house at least has something to it.
They have something they're trying to sell.
Right.
Whereas this was built as a rental, I think.
To me, this is a house that was probably, the plans were produced multiple places.
Oh, yes.
Yep.
And that's what I'm trying
The
to.
simplest plan you could
Yes.
get, you could buy.
Yeah.
And for me, that doesn't speak of, to me, that was a mistake in 1955. And that we're trying to honor the mistake and say, well, this has to, we got to put velvet ropes around this. This is now history. 50 years from now, if they go ahead and build this, we'll be looking at, well, this is a modified 1955 house, and we got to honor that. And, at what point do we, are we just, are we honoring something that's not worthy of that?
I wouldn't call it a mistake, but,
No, it's not the right massing, it's not the right
It's
scale,
not,
it's not.
it's not,
All
but-
that for the neighborhood. Anyway, I'm sorry.
I think, I agree, but, you also, yes, there is that preservation of certain stories in history, but at the same time, the story, every property has a story that it has changed, and there's, like, the one constant is change, so.
I had a similar project years ago on Hancock Street where they'd moved a little cape that was somewhere, I think it was on the Strawberry Bank property, actually.
Langdon House property.
Yeah.
What's that?
Langdon House.
Yeah.
It was built for the caretakers. It was a Sears and Roebuck house.
There was some question there, because when we started taking it apart, and everyone thought it was, but I'm not sure exactly. It was a mimic of it.
Okay.
If it wasn't. But we took that down and put a more traditional with dormers and, colonial, and it fit better into the neighborhood. It's not like it hasn't been done, but, and I do respect, and I don't advocate for tearing things down
No,
generally.
This isn't, you're not demolishing this.
No.
Well, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I didn't mean
Go
to.
ahead.
I was going to say, well, in a way like when we were talking about 20 Prairie Street, it's like you're taking an empty lot and you're allowing somebody to, make an improvement on it. And here, okay, 50 years ago, this was an empty lot. Somebody made an improvement. Now somebody wants to make an improvement on that improvement. So you're not demolishing that 1950s structure, you're adding on to it.
Mm-hmm.
And you're not changing that 1950s floor plan, you're adding on to it. So just like Reagan was saying before I so rudely interrupted, the one constant is change. And I think time can't stand still, and you're taking what was there, and just like Prairie Street, you're adding on to something that somebody else had added on to, And the story continues.
Now, I was just gonna say, I don't wanna let this discussion be a precedence for anyone else to come back and say, well, we can change whatever we want.
That's not what I said.
No, it's not. But we're having that conversation. I just want to make it clear that each property is taken with its own merits.
Yes.
So there are times when it is appropriate to say, no, this can't change.
Because you just down the way on the corner of Mechanic and Marcy, we went through a lot to save that very simple structure and added on to it, but in a way that kept the original structure intact.
But that was a two-story.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah.
And
I'm familiar with that one, yeah.
So what I meant to say was, we're preserving history and adding on to it.
It was my own words as well.
Thank you,
but
Reagan.
but you could take all of that and you could say, any building could be added on to and changed. And would you take the Langdon House and would you say it's okay to start adding on to that? I mean, you could change.
That's why you take them
But
individually.
that's why we're here.
Right.
That's why we're
Exactly.
here.
And so that's why I'm saying
Yep. No,
that
respect
this
that.
building needs to be thought of.
But your point is a good one.
Also, they had talked to all the neighbors.
Okay.
And I can just submit this for the record.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can do it for the public hearing, too. And 6 there, and they've talked to a couple others, and everybody's pretty supportive.
See it spruced up?
Right?
I said, I'm sure they're happy to see it spruced up.
Well, I just want to say thank you for listening to us, and I just wanted to say we love it here, and Anne's been wonderful in that we very much respect our neighbors and the neighborhood, and we're not trying to do anything crazy or, make a disrupt. And so we have talked to our neighbors, and some neighbors are like, what are you even talking to us for? Whatever, do whatever. But we're like, well, it's out of respect. We want you to know that we're not trying to make a house like your house. We're just trying to get a little bit of relief, quite honestly, upstairs in the half story and outside, just a mudroom. So we're not, everything comes right into my kitchen. So we're just trying to, and I'm a cook, by the way. I'll cook you all dinner after. But just trying to get
That's a
some.
bribe. Take you up on that.
Just trying to, but I really understand your message, Margot, about, or Miss Deering, sorry, about preserving these homes. And we do get a lot of compliments on our home saying it's very charming. And a lot of people go by it, oh, we love your house, we love your house. So we are torn about that too, about making a change that all of a sudden people are going to go, what did you do, but we're looking for some relief. So, and I feel like Anne has brought that forward perfectly for us.
Are you sure that that newer addition room that you love so much isn't not on the table for
Change it.
discussion for change?
Yeah.
I'm sorry?
Oh, the one-story living room addition.
Yeah,
That's that room sold us when we
yeah,
bought the
it's
house.
It's a phenomenal
it's-
space.
And,
it really is.
And
And
it's,
Anne can't save it for you. I just have a question for Reagan. Is this, you called it
Minimal
minimalist?
traditional.
Minimal tradition.
Is it the only one that we have in the district? Because you've almost made my point even more.
I know.
even stronger.
Potentially in the district it is, it's like, this is not a location that's normal. They're usually in
tracts
and developments and stuff like that that were happening. So it's.
Which are all outside the district and will all be torn down and replaced with,
necessarily,
it's happening already.
There are hundreds in the
There are-
community.
There are a lot of these.
Yeah, but they're
but
gonna
yes.
go.
All right. Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank
do
you.
you
Probably,
want us- is there anyone from the public who wants to speak to this? Please do, Mr. Adams.
I'll have to decide whether it's August or September in terms of turning the.
Speaking here.
Oh,
Please.
I'm David Adams, I live at 210 Gate Street. I've been sitting out. A couple of questions come to mind. One is what's going on with the L on the building. It looks like it's growing in size in a non-traditional manner. Anyway, I'm sure you've all thought of that. And the other thing that I'd like to mention is that if you're bound to determine to remove the cape from the streetscape, and because of traditions, make it into a two-story building with a traditional five-bay second floor, I have to ask why we then do a non-traditional thing and put a one-room deep, one-story addition on the front of it that not only unbalances the building from its traditional format, but also masks the front entryway, which is in most 18th century buildings, which this is mimicking. The front doorway is the most significant portion of the house. And I guess I'll stop there. Thank you.
To the producer, it looks like we're having a little bit of a technical glitch on the big screen. I cannot control that from my computer.
I thought you were just being mean to me.
Nope, nope, that is not what my screen looks like, actually, so I'm not entirely sure how to get that off.
Zoom thing.
Zoom thing.
Okay, to Mr. Adams' question, you're not doing anything with the L. Or the wing.
Why do we see?
The front addition is, because we have that side entrance, that's the driveways down to the left. And so there's already a landscaped entrance to that. We originally thought maybe just doing a porch along there, but also I feel like, we're not trying to, we are kind of mimicking a five-bay colonial, but by putting an addition on there, it kind of deformalizes it a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I'm just trying, the wing here, the addition.
Yeah, the addition.
Nothing's
Oh,
happening.
nothing's happening. with
Nothing's
that.
happening with
Nothing's
that.
happening.
No, no. The existing,
Where did the 3 feet of sidewall over the windows come from?
Oh, is that just a drawing issue? He said that there's more wall above the windows than there is in.
I think it's just the angle of the photograph. Oh, I'll have to remeasure that.
Yeah.
You're right. Maybe I have the height wrong on the, yep,
Right.
good point.
So, are you going to come back for a public hearing, or do you want another
Yes.
work session?
No,
Okay,
no,
so then
public
we don't
hearing.
need to continue this.
Yep.
Okay, well,
Great.
can I get a motion, well, there's nobody else from the public. I'll get a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved. Work session? Yeah.
Sorry, work session. Thank you. All right, all in favor?
Thank you.
There was- Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Have a good night. Okay. Work session requested by 420 Pleasant Street LLC, owner for property located at 420 Pleasant Street, wherein permission is requested to allow new construction to an existing structure, construct rear portion of structure after fire damage, as per plans on file in the planning department. Said property is shown on Assessor Map 102 as Lot 56 and lies within the General Residence B and Historic Districts.
Good evening. Mark Giannini from Portsmouth Architects. I'm joined with Richard Desjardins from our office, as well as the applicant, Jeff Saperini.
Thank you for coming and staying so late.
Yes, hopefully we
one
won't
more
take up
after
too much of your time after a late evening. This is our second meeting. We were here last month, obviously, with a previous work session. We were able to take your comments from last month and kind of make some adjustments. The biggest being that we've kind of scaled back the work in the rear of the building so that it basically matches the previous approvals. And actually, not to jump through the packet, but Isaac, if we go to page A6.
Yep.
That kind of shows, I would say, a majority of the changes and also proposed changes that we talked about last month. So on the south building elevation on the left of the page there, you can see the massing in general, we've reverted back to what was previously approved so that one-story addition on the back remains one story, it doesn't bump up. Keeps some of the relief that's in the center of the building where the previously approved stairwell is. The one change that we kind of made to the massing, we talked about it last month, where we actually had 3 different options of roof lines, where we're proposing the French doors for the 3rd floor unit. We had a hip roof, a shed, and a gable as options. The feedback we kind of got was that there was no general consensus of what that was or what people wanted to see there, and that it was kind of tucked in the back of the building and up and somewhat obscured and out of view from the general public. So we went with the gable being the preference of the applicant. So that's what we're showing in here tonight. Some other modifications are really just window locations between last month and previous approvals. We kind of simplified the number of windows on that rear entry on the south again. So there's the main entrance is now kind of off center from where it was previously. We moved it to the right, so it lines up better with the center staircase. And then we've got 2 windows on either side. That we also removed the window that was on the 2nd story of the staircase. We felt that it kind of simplified the appearance based on number of openings, and also being set back. The window that was there basically had a landing through the middle of it, the way it would have worked out with stair runs and landings. Let's see, what else? If we go to the next page, A7, again, we didn't make too many changes here. We did delete a window on the west elevation, number 2 there. On the 1st floor, there were 2 windows that were paired together, which probably weren't original to the building in that manner. They also doesn't necessarily work out with our intended layout.
I go from A4 to A12. Am I missing something?
Yeah,
I've
you
got
might,
the same problem, yeah.
You might be in the previously approved package, which is the appendix.
Oh, go way
Yeah, you
back
might
up.
need to scroll.
Way back up.
Yeah, that's the appendix.
Sorry. Oh, I'm old. I mean, I never got A's. Thank you.
Certainly. So on A7 there, you know, that we basically simplified that by removing 1 window, so there's 6 windows. The front elevation, the north elevation, we're not proposing any changes except for replacing materials as well as windows, and we can talk more about the materials momentarily. Same with the west elevation. And then if you go to A8, you've got perspective views, again, just of the rear, from the rear parking area as well as Franklin Street. Again, with the reduced massing that was previously approved. So as far as materials, you know, we proposed and talked about last time the AZAC siding as an option, which we had the mock-up of. We seemed to be, I don't know, again, no consensus on the material itself, but at the same time, it seemed like it kind of passed the straight face test, say, as far as appearance and the way it's installed and everything. So right now, we're proposing that that would be the material for the siding, and wanted to get more feedback from everybody on the board regarding that.
Does the entire building need to be resided?
Yeah. So one side is shingles, roofing shingles. So that side's going to be fiber cement. And then this here, again, and our goal is to replicate, like we said last time, that you can see here, that storyline finish. You have a 2-inch reveal, a 2-inch reveal, a 3-inch reveal, you know, nothing greater than that typically of what's there historically now. So, yeah, the wood, I mean, there's a lot inside from a framing perspective as well that'll need to be done, but yeah, the wood's, it's significantly rotten from the fire, from the water damage. I mean, that whole portion of the building is going to have to be modified some, but yeah, it's, I mean, we discussed last time the wood alternatives, which I know, you know, you guys are familiar with some of the other cementatious products out there. But again, what's nice about this is the fact that it matches wood. It's a face nailed application, but it has to be painted.
Yeah, some appearance, oh, sorry.
Currently, underneath the asphalt siding on the left-hand side of the house, that's untouched from the teens or 20s. If you were to take that asphalt siding off, which at one time, I had a building inspector refer to as gasoline siding. I think it meant he didn't like it. But if you were to take that off, would you incur zoning or a building code problem by just taking it off? Because there are no penetrations, there are no windows on that side.
There are no penetrations, so that's a good question. I don't know off the top of my head, because our intent would be that it would become a rated wall because of its proximity.
Well, certainly if you were building it.
Yep.
But if you're just uncovering it.
Right.
Next is.
Well, so that part there is getting a new foundation put in. The sill is rotten, and that was all been approved before, right? Where that wall is.
Yeah, I mean,
you're
previously we had
describing.
talked about putting hardy siding on there, so that it's a fire retardant material, and then there'd be repairs to the wall. It's like the rotting sill and everything else, so.
Okay, and on the side toward Wentworth Street? And which the other side, the other?
Franklin?
That's the back.
Franklin?
Yeah.
On Franklin Street, that side, I know that, I heard you say that it's all, the wood's rotten because of many different things, but I took a pretty good look at it yesterday. And I was struck by how much of it not only was in pretty damn good condition, but still, I believe, original materials to the building. It certainly seemed to be fastened and jointed in the manner of this 1800, 1806 sort of building. And was wondering how much of the building was like that. I don't know. I didn't really examine the front. I was just sort of looking at it. I wasn't developing an argument. I was just looking at it and saying, huh, and huh. And then what little I know about the preservation of the building, the siding of the building underneath the asphalt material, I'm looking at it thinking, not only did we have this fire, but we're about to throw away an awful lot of the historic materials that make this building up. Next question.
Well, can I address that one real quick?
Sure.
So you had remarked last time that band board, right? That was a topic
The
of
band
discussion.
board.
So that was added after the fact.
Pretty sure.
Yeah, that was.
I mean, it was nailed on over the corner
Sure.
boards.
So, I mean, if that was added after the fact, I don't know when that was added. I can't tell you when that siding was added either, but
I can.
These windows are coming out, right? And we're replacing with.
That's the question. That's the
Yeah.
next question is what are we getting? Because we've done this. We've been down this road, 138 Gate Street, where we were very careful to have the applicant, who was just here this evening, explain that that they would be able to, the siding was terrible, and that they needed to repair the windows, and so they came up with this scheme to put new construction, I don't know the phrases of these things, but new construction windows in, which means that you have to take all of the siding off to install those. And therefore, we replaced all this old siding that was decayed and blah, blah, blah. And then it turned out they didn't bother to do that at all. So we gave up a whole facade of historic materials, and we got modern crap put on, and an argument from the builder, and I didn't see any benefit to the windows that were put in, and all I saw was a loss of historic material everywhere I looked in the project, and we were trying to accommodate them, and it was all being driven by the windows. And so the question is there another way to deal with the windows that you don't have to do those things?
The windows, the current windows are all replacement windows.
The current windows are replacements. All of the sashes.
Yeah, and some of them have storm windows on them. Some of them, the grids are broken. I don't even know the manufacturer of the window, so I can't even replace.
But how about the window frames? The actual sashes don't mean anything in terms of the clapboards and the siding of the building. The window frames are the thing that drive the siding issues. No?
Yeah, I mean, I can't say I've looked at every single window to see if they were replacement windows.
Sure.
If they're different windows on the front versus the side and the rear.
Sure.
From an aesthetics perspective, we're replicating what's there now, the 6/6 simulated divided light. It's not grids between glass. It's not a 2/2 grid. It's what the French doors will be, and it's what's there now. it's a 6/6 grid, so nothing is changing with the windows. If anything, we're adding windows. I think you could argue, even if these were original, we talk about energy efficiency. These would be more energy efficient windows that obviously.
Talk about, you can, it's okay.
Well,
We
I just
talk
get-
about
But yeah,
replacement windows all
but
the
these
time.
also, I mean, but these aren't just, obviously not vinyl clad windows either.
Sure.
No, they're wooden clad
proposed,
windows.
yeah.
I guess the question is, are they, one of the questions I think we're trying to get to, are these new construction windows, or are they replacement windows? Are they just the replacement sash?
No, we're looking at new construction windows because we're proposing that we're replacing the siding and trim.
Okay.
Siding on the front of the house looks to be in fairly good shape. And what you were talking about, unless I misunderstood you, you're talking about this material on the back and then a hardy board somewhere else?
No, Hardy was going to be on the side where the currently is, where the fire was, right? That side of the building. This siding here, ideally would be on the rest of the building because it matches the same aesthetic as cedar. So this is a face nailed application. Part of this is, we did this before, but part of this is PVC and part of this is wood. Excuse me, but it all is face nailed. It doesn't expand and contract. And so you can use square edge corner boards. You don't have rapid, no J-channel corner boards, no trim like that. So this
Right,
is a,
but like Dave said, we'd be losing a lot of, original wood
Well-
and siding on the front.
a lot of that siding on the front also got damaged, and portion of that got damaged from the fire on the interior of the building as well. So as you get into the reframing of that side of the building where there's a fire, sometimes you don't know what you're going to get into. But I mean, we're not looking to. It's not vinyl. It's something that's replicating wood.
It does a better job of replicating wood than, say, Hardy or some other composite
It's much
materials.
better than Hardy because it's a face nailed application.
I guess the question is like, how necessary is that? Can we keep any of the historic material?
Oh,
Because
yeah.
that historic wood is gonna last longer than, well, I mean, it's not gonna last as long as plastic, but it performs much better than most anything else you put on there. And it's historic, it's already there, then you don't have to pay for it. You don't have to pay for changing it around. So, I guess that's the question, is like, how much can we keep? Because I think there's sometimes a push to want to redo a historic building and make everything look nice and neat and new, but then it's not a historic building anymore. So,
Well said.
that's just one of the things I think that we're
Yep.
might be hearing for us to consider, is keeping as much of the historic exterior materials as you can.
Yep.
Do we want to go back to dealing with the main issues of massing and stuff on the
Yes,
rear?
sure.
Okay.
I think you did a good job on that, going back to the old way. We now have history on the back. We don't have the back looking like the front again.
Yep.
So, I have to say that part.
I'm not as, the back is what it is. It's very functional. It's form follows function. It's stairs and entrances, and you got a deck out there, and so I'm not so much concerned about that. Is that a little bit of a flat spot when you come off the low roof and you go into that little area? Does it flatten out just slightly?
Yeah, there's a little bit of.
Yeah. No, down low.
He's talking
Right
about
there,
right
yeah.
there. Yeah, so right in here.
A little bit of a flat spot there.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a flat spot just so that hip doesn't just keep going straight up in the inset of the stair.
Makes sense. So I don't have much to say, but it seems logical to me. I mean, I wish the windows weren't as close to the corner boards as they are on the extreme ends, but
The two windows on the left of the south building elevation, those are existing openings.
existing. So
So we're trying to mimic that and mirroring it across to the other side.
understood.
I mean, I like you're keeping the symmetry in the front and the west, the north elevation and the west elevation. You know, I'm not concerned with removing that window that, you know, made it non-symmetrical. But other than that, I think the back, Commissioner Wright said it's in the back, it's kind of neat for function, and then it's just a matter of whether the commission, whether there's a need for that new material.
Which obviously there's a need for it on the rear.
Yeah, I mean, we're re-siding, you know, roughly half of it to reconstruct, you know, what's shown here. So, you know, I guess for those pieces, at a minimum, this is what we're proposing. I don't know if there's any pushback on, or, you know, comments, ideas on that piece of it. And really, we don't need to, are we still saying hardy here? This is a Class A material, so we don't actually need I don't believe we need the hardy on this piece here, where the asphalt siding currently is. We could use that. And then it would be the same.
Yeah, they both have a Class A flame spread to them.
Right. If this actually truly moves less than hardy, then it might be a safer.
Well, and that's what's nice about it, is the fact that you can use square edge corner boards. You don't need a J channel. You don't need, like with vinyl or for expansion contraction, it doesn't move. Yeah. Despite being a PVC product. So
You're seeing the AZAC has a fire resistance.
yeah, I mean, even the decking, the vintage collection has a Class A flame spread. It's why it's very popular out west, California, obviously. Yeah.
Really worked out this last year in Los Angeles.
Yeah.
There are other synthetic deckings that have Class C.
Yeah, bad.
That will go up pretty quick.
Yeah, so with the removal of an active flame, this goes out. I'm sorry, the flame goes out with removal of the active flame. Others goes up, so. Yeah, so I mean, our goal again was to come in here tonight. We appreciate all the feedback from before and come in here tonight with actually the gentleman back here, what he had proposed before and got approved. It was a great design, and we were looking for a little bit more square footage, but certainly we want to work within, you know, your parameters as well as within the neighbors' feedback as well. And
I think the consensus is to try and save as much of the existing materials as possible.
And that's our goal, it's certainly interior-wise. You know, I mean, certainly from the flooring, you know, I think I told you guys at the last meeting, the beautiful mantle, unfortunately, it's on the burnt-out side. We're going to donate that to Strawberry Bank. As much of that interior hardwood flooring that we can, the original, salvage that as well, incorporate into components of the property. I mean, because
You also want to tear down a chimney. Is that so?
That is correct.
yeah, well,
And you want to build
it with the same
faux
bishop,
chimney above?
the same spot, same size, the bishop cap design.
I think you came in late, but there is
Yeah, I
an issue
heard.
with, in our earlier administrative approvals, it was, how old is,
That was 2009.
yeah.
2011.
11.
9.
Well, about
Either way.
Yeah.
about 15 years old.
Yeah.
And a faux chimney causing tons of problems, and they want to remove it. And we're like, well, but it's there for a reason. So just a warning of longevity of putting a faux chimney in. We're starting to see them come back to us.
Even the
as
Connie
like-
Beam Center. The building that went in the Connie Beam Center.
Next
behind
door.
it. Yeah.
Yeah, 9, yeah.
So, if you want to do that, then figure out a way to make it last.
Oh, sure, yeah.
Faux chimney should never leak.
Yeah.
Should never leave.
It should-
I don't know different workmanship out there, and you know,
16
basins,
years.
I don't know. I guess
Dave's letter.
do your homework, I guess, with getting reviews and whatnot.
Right.
But
So,
So we're still comfortable with faux chimneys?
I mean, it's up for, it's a discussion point. We're gonna discuss them because,
Do we have to make a motion to go past 10:30?
no, we don't here. We just keep going.
Okay, so a question on the chimney. If you're planning to remove it, what is on the inside where you're removing it?
when we get
Are
there.
there fireplaces, or even
Yeah,
though we're not
so
purview
this-
as the inside,
as
but
the, I forget her name, spoke about the square footage that these chimneys take out, or take up on the interior, it creates a inhabitable space, if you will, function-wise, so, the size of the fireplaces on the inside is enormous.
And you couldn't reuse any of the chimney stack for any venting or anything like
Not
that?
where these are located. I mean, these would prohibit functional living spaces for what we're looking to do here, so.
Just running it through my head, you said on the side that burned, which I assume is the left-hand side as we look at it.
From the front, the left-hand side,
Yeah.
you said.
That you had a mantelpiece on that side.
But
What
there's
was that
no
mantelpiece on?
There's no chimney.
It was
there.
just a mantelpiece and no chimney?
No, there used to
There's
be
a fireplace.
I know there used to be a chimney.
Yeah, so there's still a mantle there.
But they tore the chimney stack down and they left the mantelpiece.
I have no idea what they did. I mean, there's no chimney
Yes,
there
the
now, so
chimney
there's
is-
mantle
well-
there now. Beautiful
Does the
mantle,
chimney come
beautiful
up?
mantle.
Was it just cut off at the roof?
Yeah, was it just cut off the roof?
Yeah, I think it's
So you still have that chimney, it's just cut off at the roof. It was just
It's
simply
within
a
the walls
roofing
somewhere.
problem. Wow.
Yeah.
Great.
I'll tell you, it's a nice mantle. You're gonna be able to go visit it too.
All right,
Are there any, besides the siding, we understand, trying to preserve
Let's
as
try
much as we
to
can.
put a big picture around the siding.
Yep.
Can we do that?
Yep. Any other comments about any other materials? We're proposing the Anderson Woodwright windows.
Mr. Wyckoff thought those were high-end,
he likes them.
good stuff. It's out of my knowledge.
Yeah.
I've
Yeah,
got
it's a
like
wood-clad window.
26 of them. They're good.
These ones.
Yeah.
He's somewhere here.
Yeah, half screens.
Yep, well, we know.
All right. I don't see any other,
I'm sorry to interrupt, there is public feedback from, again, the ceiling somewhere. He was on Zoom, but he said he couldn't get in.
oh no.
Jerry
Okay,
Duffy,
is there-
I don't know if I can call him right now. Is he
Is
here?
he on? Would he like
He
to speak?
is.
for-
Sorry, I didn't mean to
No,
break
I'm
protocol,
glad-
I just,
No, it's late, and
Yeah.
I'm glad that you mentioned it, because we do have to get some public hearing.
sure.
Jerry, if you can hear us,
Yeah, can you-
are. There we go.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Gerald Duffy, 428 Pleasant Street. The closest neighbor to this property, right, we're literally 3 feet apart. And we dodged the bullet when there was a fire because we had that cement board siding. So I'm here tonight just to support this project without reservation. Jeff is a kind of poster child when it comes to how to respect and inform neighbors. Had us round the back last week. A group of us explained the need to change the door that accesses the deck and adding that dormer up there. And it's clear that Jeff listened to the commissioners at the last work session, and I was glad he took the comments of, especially David Adams' comments, seriously about the articulation of that side of the house, that L. And I kind of agreed with that, so I was glad to see this originally approved design come back. So I'm looking forward to seeing this project finished. It's going to be a very handsome pair of federal-style buildings from the front, from Pleasant Street. One thing I would say about original materials, I understand where you're coming from with that. But that did cause a huge problem with our building when there was insistence on using bricks for the chimney above our unit up on the 3rd floor. That after a couple of years started to absorb moisture and became a real problem, leaking water into the units, and had to be completely replaced, not by us but by the builder, the developer, Jay Pruitt. So a caution in terms of that. I'm personally all for modern materials. I looked at the sample that Jeff was showing. I thought it was excellent, and I would have no problem with seeing that all over that building. Once again, I approve, we think this is a great project. We support it and look forward to seeing it built.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Anyone else online who wants to speak to this?
That was it.
Great. So I'll assume that you want to just come back for a public hearing?
Yep. Yep, that'd be great.
All right, so you've got lots of feedback from us.
Yep, we appreciate the.
You can even do a work session public hearing. All right, then, thank you. I'll just take a motion to. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Close the work session.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Thank
All right,
you.
lastly, thank you. Work session requested by Charles S. Neal Jr., owner for property located at 28 Whidden Street, wherein permission is requested to allow new construction to an existing structure, construct a breezeway between the existing home and detached garage, after plans on file in the planning department. Said property is shown on Assessor Map 102 as Lot 64 and lies within the general residence B and historic districts.
I'm Charlie. So I'm Charlie Neal. It's my partner Joe McCarthy. This is Chuck Mack, my builder. And I have some show and tell pictures. So I have 3 sets of house. Existing. And we're actually, what we want to do is not really a breezeway, because we're trying to enclose to connect the house to the garage. And that's pretty much it.
Okay.
So this is going to be a salt box with a salt box on it when we look at it from the side.
Right.
Yeah.
Joe drew these, so you can see.
In the process, you're going to paint the riverside of the garage?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, because it's sort of painted now, but we're,
Pardon?
It's sort of painted now.
Not in this century.
Well, no, but lead paint, hold on. No, we'll paint, we're gonna paint it, yeah.
We're gonna paint everything.
Yeah, paint it all. Yeah, the addition's gonna match, like the clapboards are gonna match, and
The windows.
the windows are gonna
will
match.
also match.
Yeah.
Once you finish salt boxing down, how high is it going to be inside? Headroom? Assuming it has a floor?
It'll probably be similar height. You'll step down from the kitchen down into what this new, it'll be like one step down. I don't know, it might be
I mean,
6.5 feet at the very edge.
Can you build that short?
Whatever's required.
Well,
For the,
Well, yeah,
whatever
that's
the code
what- yeah.
requires, we would certainly do that.
Yeah.
Only for a percentage of the space.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it would just be at the low point of the ceiling, that it would be that low.
What is happening with the garage shed building? It's in a little rough shape, a little new. I mean, are you going to be replacing in kind the materials that
Correct.
are there?
Yeah, yeah.
We pretty much want to leave the house looking as it looks, only painted and, I mean, the garage and the house.
Yeah, I mean, there's clapboards, it's a mess,
Yeah.
but.
But the garage has a lot of holes in it and.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For this photograph,
Yep.
you're proposing to put the addition from this, like, stick it out on this
Correct.
wall.
Yeah,
It'd be 5 feet
Trying to
out.
make sure I'm orienting
Yeah.
myself.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the walk will like move over and then that will come here.
Yeah.
And yeah.
They're on a different side, or they look like they're on different.
Yes.
I guess.
Yeah, that's the garage.
That's that door right there.
So
Exactly.
you won't really see
Yeah,
much.
this
You'll see none from the street, is that the question?
to stand
Yeah, that's why I took the one with this truck in it.
Yep.
So,
Yeah.
Yeah.
does it make sense?
Yeah, we'll have a door,
This gable
You know,
end,
that end to
is
get out
this
to the-
gable end
the
from
truck
that
in.
garage.
Oh, okay.
Sure.
So that's okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
What, the garage? What do you mean?
I
Yeah.
guess.
So this is looking
trying to
at it from this direction.
Yeah, reconcile these two.
Right, because this end of the garage is this,
Over here.
yeah.
So, and you're just thinking like similar clapboards,
Okay, I see what you mean.
same roofing details?
Yeah.
Same,
Yeah, we're gonna have it
Everything will match.
like
Yes.
finished inside, but, yeah.
what are we going to see if we're in the alcove that you're creating? Like, you're looking, this is looking from the back.
Yep.
Looking down the back of your property to the
Yep.
garage.
Yep.
The door, salt box, it ends before the garage. Yeah, well, it does.
What do you
Right
mean?
there. The salt box
Oh,
ends
yes,
before
Oh,
the
yeah,
garage.
yeah. Oh, there'll be a door
So
there.
that we'll have a door so that I can go from that driveway in the door into the new construction.
And it will be dressed up therefore, like the clapboards, the rest of that with the.
Yeah.
rest of the house.
Yeah, and I think, I want to take the light that's there and put it, there's a little light, and put that in that little alcove,
When you build this shed, you're going to drop it a foot.
Ish.
Ish.
Yeah, because there's a step and a granite step to get out, so it's,
Correct.
yeah.
Yeah, you step.
That's going to put it pretty close to
Looking
grade.
at pictures, I'm
Yeah,
just thinking it was the
it'll
other
be
way.
up, I don't know what's
Thinking about a
required,
slab.
This is actually
but it
back.
can be up a bit.
Yeah.
Okay.
I get
Like
it
that,
now.
it could be a very shallow step from the
Yeah.
house into the new
Yeah.
hallway.
Yeah.
But it'll have to be some change in elevation.
Okay. I guess my thought would be to try and, I think these, like, the sketches and stuff like that are fine. If we can get a better sense of, even if you take some of these photographs and draw on the photograph,
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
the angles,
Yeah.
so that we can get an idea of, like, really what the form is gonna look like.
Yeah.
Really, everybody should go and walk around the site on this one. I mean, if you think you can get away with it sometimes, that's great, but this isn't one of them. There's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong. It's just, it's all really tight, and they're depending on the alignments that are there right now for all of their solutions. To wrap your head around this, and you really have to walk it. It took me a while.
You want to hear a tight driveway, forget those other women. It's my driveway. I wanted to raise my hand when they were talking, say, here come the parking my driveway.
Dave, I think I see what you're saying though, because if you come off of this roof line with the connector, you said something about what your head height is in the
Yeah.
connector?
Yeah.
I see what you're talking about, because if this continues down, then you lose your head height.
Yeah.
Well, I think the roof is gonna have to go in, so there's the existing, I think the new roof will have to meet further up on the existing roof.
Like it
Like a
wouldn't
foot or
have to be
so.
the same.
Oh, I see
pitch
what you're
coming
saying.
down.
Instead
The
of that one
pitch
coming
would be-
down, the other
pitch
the
would
other one
not
comes in.
match the
Okay.
pitch of the
Uh-oh.
existing shed.
It's
Don't like
New
that.
England, guys. That's
so-
that's a recipe for disaster. Are you going to heat this space?
We are.
Well, yeah, I mean,
I gotta make that slope that way.
minimally.
Margaret, did you?
That's gotta slope back.
I'll say, if you
Right.
haven't walked around, some of these unique features on the back of the house were really interesting. If you haven't looked at that window.
Oh, we're gonna keep that window, even though it's gonna be inside the,
Yeah. But it's
Addition.
just, it's worth poking around.
Well, if you don't mind, all of us.
no,
Yeah, no.
We'll just poke around.
Brownies go along.
park down by the fish market. That's it. Park at the fish market, walk up.
Yeah.
Reagan, you're too nice. These drawings are not fine. You're gonna be spending thousands of dollars in construction, and you want this worked out on paper.
Oh, no,
Yeah, yeah,
no,
yeah.
that was
we
the,
didn't present these as construction drawings. We presented them as,
For us, we should be able to look at it, because right now you have like the head of your window in this mud room goes right to the edge of the roof. That's not gonna happen. So are you the builder?
Yeah.
Okay. You're gonna benefit from some drafted drawings, professional drawings.
Right.
So would we.
Yeah, yeah. We're gonna do that.
well, I just wanted to
Yeah,
make
they just
sure
wanted to run
that you'd
this.
say yes at all, because honestly, the last project was mine before the fire. I paid $30,000 for drawings that I couldn't use. So I wanted to make sure, like, we didn't
we go
spend
too
this
far
money,
down the
and then you
road.
say, oh, no, you can't, no matter what, build onto this house, so, you know.
Working for a living sucks.
Well, that's how I make my money, right?
Yeah.
No, you can get a junior architect.
Oh, no,
for a
we
few
figured
hundred bucks.
moving
Yeah.
forward, we'd have to have it done, because I'm sure you have to have wiring and electric.
And he's absolutely right. You will discover things, even if you think you know what's
Oh,
going
yeah.
on. You will discover things. I'm a little concerned with creeping the new roof up onto the existing shed
Yeah.
roof, that
Well,
doesn't
we
always
could-
resolve all that well. And we really only look at it from the outside.
Yeah.
We're the aesthetic commission.
Right.
And if it doesn't resolve well, I mean, you're not going to get my vote, right? That's not my job.
Right.
Yeah, anyway.
Oh, no, and we also, from the beginning, we thought, if we had to, we'd lay a whole nother, all the way to the top timbers to come down to get the right angle. I don't know, I mean, I'm not an architect either. Yeah,
larger
to
shed
make one,
roof.
we thought that too.
That may be the most aesthetic solution.
But it depends, because I don't know what all the rules are, but like I said, we wanted to get the thought first, like,
Sure.
oh, yeah.
There's
Right, if this
no
was a total,
argument as to
yeah.
what's going on, it's just we're trying to wrap our heads around
Oh,
where
yeah,
we're
no,
going.
I figured I'd be finding someone to draw it really on,
You also,
CAD drawing.
nothing to do with what's going on here, but you have a grade problem on the other corner of the back of the house. There's a garage on one end.
Oh, with the big tree?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, the tree.
So-
Yeah, we love the tree.
Clapboards
Cut it down
falling
already.
off and water table falling
got
off.
some-
and
that's why I get-
Grade
we got some
was way
repairs to
high.
do.
You
Yeah.
got your work cut out.
That's
for
why I
it.
get this. That's why I get this guy.
That's my bread and butter.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. No, there was this huge weed tree that was like 50 years old. That was, you can just see it.
As far as historic materials, the entire exterior of this building is from 1989, probably. Every single bit, clapboard, corner board, water table, all
Which is why it's so.
spiritually correct, but it's all,
Right.
boy, you go up in the driveway side and look at the window casings and you'll know that you never want to buy finger jointed wood for exterior applications.
Yeah, new growth is not so good.
Either driveway side.
Yeah.
There's two driveways.
Yeah, wow.
Because the last house has the original siding on it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, there you go.
All right, well.
Yeah, so the spirit is good, so we can start moving from
yes,
there, okay.
I don't think you
All right.
have any opposition to the general idea.
All right, that's what we need to find
Yeah.
out.
So we can certainly,
Yeah.
these were sketches to convey an
to the
idea.
back of the
To
building.
convey an
It's
idea.
all congested.
Yeah, it's park garden to begin with, so
Yeah.
need more pocket light.
All right, thank you. Well,
Very
so.
good.
Thanks.
Do you think you want to come back for a work session or a public hearing? We can continue the work session just in case.
I don't know, if we get real drawings done, do we need another work session?
Yeah, I don't know if we need another work session if we get.
So we'll have drawings done and then come back for a session, not a work
A hearing.
session?
We'll continue it just in case. You can also come back when you reapply for a work session
Okay.
/ public hearing, and
Okay.
we can powwow right before we do the vote, so.
Oh, yeah.
So we can determine.
That's a way to clean up some
we can
loose ends.
determine how we
Keep it
proceed
rolling.
But
in the
I'll
future.
take a motion to continue this just in case.
Okay, good.
Good.
Perfect.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Have fun with that.
Yeah,
We always do.
Almost 11, we still have
still better than the last two houses.
we have an internal thing to discuss, which is our revised
Thank you.
boundary lines. Good night, thank you. So hopefully everybody has taken a look at the revised boundary lines. Hopefully we've gotten all the pieces correct. But we also did get a letter from an owner on Richards Avenue,
Who is a planning professional?
who's a planning professional, who has concerns about being taken out of the district. So I don't know if you guys got to read.
yeah.
I read it about
I framed
Richards
it.
Avenue.
I framed it. Someone wanting to come into a district, not leave us.
Is he correct in his review of this?
I think it's a question of whether or not if there are, it seems like in the past, that whole block of Richards Avenue was very close to being added to the historic district, and then it got tabled for whatever reason. And I think that if there is a strong contingent of people, of residents on Richards who still feel the same and would like to be added to the historic district, this would be the time to talk about it. And so we can, I think that procedurally, we can still move this forward, and because it's gonna be coming, it'll go to the city council, they'll refer it to the planning board. There's still lots of time for any other changes to be made, so we don't have to delay our referral here. But I think that it's worth discussing. There are a few properties, not many, but a few that are being taken out of the district boundaries with this redrawing, and so adding more might not unduly add to our burden of review.
On the other hand, it could look like spot zoning to say, you know, well, this property on Richards Avenue, but not these properties because somebody's asking for it. I mean, it could start to look a little
Not necessarily. I think that if you look at the original historic district, it does take in certain areas here and there because of the merits of
those
properties. So, yes.
Yeah, I think this intent was to clean up, Lafayette, or Middle Street.
Yes.
I know there's a little bit on Lafayette Road. But I think we should focus on that. If we want to do more on you know what I mean? I think adding Richards Ave is very controversial. I had several residents reach out to me today because I read the letter online because it's posted underneath the agenda, and they were like, whoa. Like, we gotta have more, they were very concerned. So I think that's another discussion. I'd hate to bring 10 discussions into one.
No.
And then this
I
won't
agree.
get done.
I don't think that it needs to stop our movement of pushing this forward, but it does bring up really, I think, valid concerns. And, Richards Avenue is arguably just as well preserved and historic as many of the other places in our district. And so capturing that, I think, would be a good discussion, but it can come along later on in this process. I think that we can continue on with the Middle Street.
Question to you. Yeah. What percentage of people?
So I didn't go
just
knock-
because we're, no.
I didn't go knock on doors. I just said.
That wasn't my question.
I just had 5 people reach out.
How many people, if one person didn't want something like that to happen, would that be
Well, this doesn't
too
just
many
affect
people?
Richards Ave. This affects Portsmouth. I mean, it affects the affordability of, housing in Portsmouth. If you expand the historic district to the whole city, right, that's going to really change. So anytime you expand or contract, it affects more than just people in it. It's going to affect, the people next to them. I know there's a big house going on right now on Richards Ave. It's massive. But yeah, it's not just who lives there now gets to say what's what. You know what I mean? I guess the voters, the residents get to say altogether. But the whole town would have a say in that if that was changed. It wouldn't just be polling Richards Ave.
Well, I understand, but
It would
that
be,
would. But you just said that there were 5 people from Richards Ave that didn't.
They were
So
like,
just-
why is this, you know what I mean? Like, we don't know this was being discussed tonight. I want further notice. I'm concerned. Why is this the process? It just comes from a letter from, this guy that he wants to put my house. That was the concern.
Well,
I'm a representative, not of the public.
I think that
just another resident.
this is part of the process where you have one person who doesn't
Yeah, so
want to be
you get a
taken
letter
out.
from one person, right?
And then
Well,
you've
I
got-
5 other letters from 5 other people. So none of
So-
them get to decide. But
It's a greater conversation that I think is probably worth having. Once again, I don't think this should delay our movement to continue this particular plan and redrawing of the boundary line, because there's plenty of further opportunity for other discussion. But I hopefully everybody thinks about it, talks about it. You can talk about it with other residents of Richards or anyone else. And I'm sure it'll be brought up as we move this process along.
It's a very unique street.
It
I
is.
mean, the Victorian homes, there's
Actually, some tasty little federal buildings also.
Yes. But it was not long ago, was very close to being added to the historic district.
Well, and unlike, I'm just sitting here looking at the map, but unlike the way it was before, like coming out Middle Street with like so many feet off the center line of the street, Richards Ave is a straight line, so.
Yeah, well, that section was developed
Yeah.
early on before a lot of the rest of Middle Street was even developed.
Oh, yeah, I'm just saying that I think it'd be a very simple ad, because it's a straight street. Everything it fronts on the street would, you know what I'm saying? It's just, provided the people wanted it.
It would be a potential conversation to have, so.
Well, if the city council would give like a 5% tax break for every property in the HDC.
It's
It might
10 to
change
11
some
o'clock,
things.
guys, let's go.
We have a vote coming up? This is affect the public's time.
We need to vote to refer this to the city council to have it be changed as part of the zoning.
I'd like to move that we have that vote.
I think we cleaned up what we wanted, right, which was the middle street corridor.
Yeah.
So yes, it looks great.
All right, so we could get a motion. Did you just move?
But sure, I'll try it again. I'd like to move that we have a vote on this.
I need a second. Thank you.
Second?
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Chair votes aye. All right, so the city council will then refer it to the planning board, they'll have their discussion and refer it back to the city council. So we've got many steps along the way, but thank you for all looking at this and working on towards cleaning this up. Hopefully we'll make things simpler for property owners along there who don't have like a corner of their house being captured by the historic.
Sure.
All right, that's it. We do have new members of the district, or the HDC, who were just voted in, and I believe next month they will be here. I will not be here next month, so Margot will be taking over, but we'll see you all then. Thank you.
Thank you.
Motion to adjourn, please.
Thank you.
Motion to
New
adjourn.
members, like more than one?
Second.
To replace?
Yes.
Richard?
All in
Aye.
favor?
Aye. Aye.
Yes, we have